knowing that I am teaching children about the American flag. I am teaching children about our New Orleans culture. I am making them happy. I am helping them learn how to read in a fun, entertaining way. And, they do this at schools. I do readings at schools. So to me, like I said before, it's kind of the life source of everything. I mean, we learn everything by reading and teaching our children. And I'm doing that. Like, how much more cool can that be?
When I was in high school, I always was involved in the choirs and all the singing and all the plays and all the theater. And so I've loved singing forever. I played clarinet in high school too. And so the clarinet naturally evolves into saxophone. And one afternoon, my husband came home with a saxophone and said, "Look what I got you." And I looked at him and said, "What makes you think I can play that?" And sooner or later, I played it and picked it up and just progressed slowly through the years. And I hope just to get better. And I started taking piano lessons when I was about 22 or 23 years old, and started playing the piano on stage. And I've been playing guitar probably since I was about 8 years old. My stepfather gave me a beat-up old hollow-bodied guitar that I would drag back and forth to school on the bus because the third-grade teacher was giving us free guitar lessons. And so I learned how to play guitar then and wrote my first song called "That Was the Way I Was Born" at 8 years old. I was invited to sing with Ronnie Cole and John Perkins at a fundraiser, and I was so flattered that Ronnie, asked me to sing 3 songs and that he was going to play piano. And so the first thing I knew I had to do was go buy a beautiful dress, because I had this vision. It was on my bucket list that I would be, draped across the piano with this beautiful dress on. And of course, to have Ronnie Cole play and John Perkins be a part of the show would be a dream come true. I go about my business. I love what I do. I don't do it for any recognition. But to be recognized after all the years of hard work and little behind-the-scene things that I do, it's almost like a wink from God for me to continue what I do.
Well, there's so many great restaurants in St. Tammany, so it's an honor to be amongst them, and there's great ones that have great settings. But obviously, I think what Palmetto's has that's very special is the setting, and we're trying to elevate everything that we do to match the setting, because we know how special the setting is. My mom is a great cook, and so I always love to eat, and I guess when I went to college, I started cooking, and I worked in restaurants all over New Orleans, in the front and the back, cooking and serving, and saw it from both sides, and that's when I decided that I think I liked the hustle and bustle and the excitement of the industry. One of the main lessons I've learned was to try to really get the best people I can around me, and I feel now that I have the best team that I've ever had, and so that's real exciting. And so our chef, Sean Solomon, is doing a great job, and every day is coming up with different specials and different things, and we're creating seasonal menus, and so that's all exciting.
Well, when we first started, needless to say, we probably had a couple of hundred artists apply, mostly local. Now we're up to over 500 artists apply every year. It's a juried event, so only 200 get in. So it's become nationally known and nationally recognized, and people look forward. They put this event on their calendar the same year because we announced the next year's dates. For St. Tammany Parish, and in particular Covington, we bring in between 50 and 60,000 people over that particular weekend. So the tax revenues derived from it are tremendous, and this is our 23rd year. So this has been an ongoing project that continues to grow every year. And if you want to invest in a very high quality piece of art, you can do it there. We've got everything from $10 pieces of jewelry to $50,000 pieces of art. And it's a great family event. So you bring out your kids. It's just a wonderful place to go. There's something for everybody.
One of my favorite things that we did actually was our 20th anniversary concert, and that was amazing because we brought in previous conductors and former singers, and to hear about the history of the group, and that we still have members singing who were there when it began in 1995 and who have helped us evolve over time. It was just an amazing experience to all be together and to know that we're on the right track.
I think it's the dedication that everyone has, the appreciation for how special North Lake Performing Arts Society is, and the excellence of Alyssa as director and Amy Prats as our assistant, and of course Irina Kunov as our pianist. I mean, the caliber that we have, and there are so many people that are members of the organization who are professional musicians, and everyone is equal. So whether someone can really read music or not, we're all on an equal playing field, and that's what makes it very, very different.
Last year we featured all of our members who are artists as well, and they brought all the different artwork to the concert. We've had dancers at our concert when we've done some wonderful 50s music, the professional dancers who've come in and they're dancing on the stage while we're singing. So it's a pretty exciting evening of music, singing, dance, art, and a time just to get together with your friends and go out for a good night.
It's a joy for us to be up there performing. What we want is to radiate out that joy and to be able to see our audience having a wonderful experience, because it's one thing feeds on the other.
You know, when you're gone, it's really what you did for others that is your legacy, and that's all of us. You know, she just did it like to this crazy degree, which was beautiful and amazing, but it's doable. She was human, and you know, she's not on some pedestal. She loved what she did, and so it was easy for her. But everyone can find, I think, happiness in giving back and
absolutely, and
being a part of something bigger than themselves.
For me, she led by example. It was never, she never talked or boasted or about what she did, but we just saw. Extend that helping hand whenever possible, and you watched her do it time and time again.
She had a soft spot for local artists, and especially those that were maybe struggling, and she would support them and buy pieces, and then sometimes those years later they would become really big and sought after, and she would show us, and we'd go through her house and she'd point out the ones, that this is this name and this is, and you might see him in the community, what have you. But from when we were really little children, she had multiple Clementine hunters, and she would tell us, now, don't forget,
if anything happens to me,
if anything ever happens to me, these are the really, really, important ones, and don't put them in the garage sale, right? Not knowing.
So I told Stacy, I said, we really need to get those appraised. Need to do a lot of things right now, and so she sets it all up, and the appraiser says they're fake.
Oh, no. I got this very nice email, but yeah, very disappointing, saying I had them seen by a professional and spotted the fraud right away. That it was, I guess, it was rampant back in the 70s when she and my dad purchased them, and they got had. So, but she spent her whole life thinking they were real, which brought her so much joy.
Somebody's very lucky she never found.
That's right. That's right. It means a lot to me and to Craig. Just to have her be recognized, because a lot of what she did in supporting the arts, she wasn't an artist, but by God, she knew good art, and she did,
not necessarily.
Well, it looked good, but she did appreciate. She was a lover of the arts, of all arts, and I think this would really mean a lot to her.
What was it like to realize the impact that she's had?
Beautiful. And it makes you want to go be that person.
Yeah.
The greatest form of generosity is the type that doesn't get noticed, that you do it for the sake of the good. Yeah.
We lost a good one.
Yeah.
We did. I just want to say thank you. For years, Mom was sick. and still nobody knew. She never slowed down. Just thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Steve Seflu, and welcome to another edition of Lifestyles. Today we're here with Mr. Brian Schneider, who is going to talk about the Native American Month at the Bayou Lacombe Museum. Brian, tell us about it. Where is the museum located?
The museum's located on the school grounds of Bayou Lacombe Middle School, but one of the best ways to find it, especially on a weekend, is if you can find Sal and Judy's.
The big pink building.
Right. That's on
By the gas station.
That's 14th Street. You just go 2 blocks behind Sal and Judy's.
Okay.
So we're just 2 blocks off of 190.
Okay.
And, in the oldest wooden schoolhouse in St. Tammany Parish, built in 1912. It wasn't built by the school board. It was built by an individual for his kids and his workers' kids to have a school. But after 1 year, he realized that he was better at lumber than at education, so he sold it to the parish for $1.
Whoa.
And it's still there, and it's a big 2-room schoolhouse that has been actually a museum now.
For how many years?
Well, it came out of the 1976 bicentennial celebration. Those people did a really great job with that, and they looked at each other and said, what do we do now? And somebody said, let's have a museum. So they started collecting things.
Okay.
But it wasn't until 1985 that they fully inhabited the building, because the school was still using part of it for their music room.
Oh, okay.
But after 1985, they continued to collect and build up the collection in the museum. But the funny thing is, from about 2000 to 2015, the museum was only open 2 hours a month.
That's it?
And we weren't really sure which 2 hours.
It was hit and miss, and it was mostly missed.
So it mostly missed. Most people who live in Lacombe said, I always wanted to go there, but I never knew when it was open. Well, now we're open 21 hours a week. We're open from 10 to 4, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and from 1 to 4 on Sundays.
And what does it cost?
It's $3, the normal admission is $3 for adults, $2 for seniors, 65 and up, and $1 for children, I think between 6 and 18.
Okay.
So, but this month, November being, well, this coming weekend, I guess right after the show runs, will be Veterans Day on Monday. So we're doing a program this Saturday to
Which
honor,
would be?
Well, that would actually be before this show airs.
But are you going to do it again after?
Well, we're going to have a different program every week, every Saturday afternoon from 1 to 4. The second week,
Which is going to be November 16th.
The 16th, right.
Okay.
I call that the physical activity weekend because we're going to have Choctaws coming in from different places, primarily the Gina Band of Choctaws, as well as the Mississippi Choctaws. And they're going to demonstrate various dances that they do, and they're going to encourage audience participation to get up and dance with them.
Is this going to be in the museum or outside?
There'll be both in and out. So if the dances get so big and the weather's just right, we'll be outside. But the other thing we're going to have is a demonstration of America's oldest outdoor sport, which is stickball. Now, I don't know much about stickball, but
they used to play in New York, right?
Yeah, the Indians have been playing this game here for 400 years, and they're going to demonstrate that out on the adjoining property.
It's like baseball in the early stages, right?
I think it's similar. I think it's very similar. I've never seen it done, but I'm looking forward to it.
You've never seen it done?
I've never seen stickball.
Okay.
No. But we're going to have those demonstrations. On the 23rd, we're calling that Father Rouquette.
Are these Saturdays?
Every Saturday.
Okay.
Correct. Every Saturday. And on the 16th, we'll have Father Rouquette Day. And Father Rouquette.
The 16th or the 23rd?
I'm sorry, the 23rd.
23rd.
Thank you.
16th is stickball, 23rd is
Stickball and dancing and a lot of activities. By the way, we will have refreshments every day for people, you know, something to eat and drink, nibble on, and some homemade goodies.
Okay.
But Father Rouquette Day on the 23rd is to recognize his contributions to not only Lacombe, but Louisiana and the United States, because he was a world-famous writer who spent the last half of his life living amongst the Choctaws on the North Shore. He got to learn their language, which is a very difficult language to learn, and because most of it was never written. It was a spoken language. But he transcribed it and rewrote parts of the Bible in Choctaw after he taught Choctaws how to read Choctaw.
Do you know how to talk Choctaw?
Who can talk Choctaw?
Do you know how to talk Choctaw?
Let's see. I know Yakoki.
What does that mean?
Thanks for visiting with us.
Yakoki.
That's it. That's all I know.
All right, that's good.
That's something. But
wait, before I forget, are these free on these Saturdays?
Yes, every Saturday
it's free.
It's free.
Okay.
Correct. Wait. No. Let me take that back. It's free on the first Saturday, which will be this coming Saturday. But the 16th, 23rd, and 30th, we're charging our regular admission.
I got you.
The $3, $2, $1 admission.
Okay. And refreshments are extra.
Refreshments will be free.
Oh, okay.
And we do have a gift shop with a few things like this T-shirt, some coffee mugs and things like that. We have a raffle going on for some very beautiful Indian jewelry, beaded jewelry, a necklace and earrings made by a local Indian. And so we're raffling that off.
We got a couple of minutes left.
Okay, so I think
Father Rouquette's going to be the 23rd.
The 23rd, and talk about his contributions plus his relationship to the Choctaws. And some people know that in Lacombe, our elementary school is named Shataima.
Right.
Which means like a Choctaw, and that was what they called Rouquette. He was so much like a Choctaw, they called him like a Choctaw.
What's on the 30th?
The 30th is a whole lot of fun because we're going to have a lot of craft demonstrations.
Oh, okay.
We're going to have somebody tanning a fresh deer hide. We'll have people weaving baskets in a traditional Choctaw way and method. We will have some beadwork being demonstrated and how they string those little tiny beads into some fabulous things. But we're going to have Tom Colvin there demonstrating how to shoot things down with a blowgun. And that should get some.
Is that a dart, like a blowgun?
Yeah, exactly. And these things are about 10 feet long. And
you don't inhale, do you?
No, don't breathe back. That's right. So we'll have all those different demonstrations going on that week for people to look. We'll have speakers every week as well to start off each day, each Saturday at 1 o'clock. By the way, each one of these is between 1 and 4 on Saturday.
And what's the physical address?
Physical address is 61115 St. Mary Street.
Okay.
And
got a website?
Website is BayouLacombMuseum.com.
Okay. Phone number?
Phone number 985-788-1403.
Okay, we got about a minute left. So on 11/16, we're going to have
various Choctaw dances demonstrated with audience participation, as well as a demonstration of stickball and a lot of the physical activities that the Indians did.
Okay. 23rd.
23rd, Father Rouquette Day, where we'll talk about the interesting history. Some of his poetry will be read out loud, and he was quite a writer.
And the 30th.
The 30th, we're going to have a lot of fun with craft demonstrations of original items that are made by Choctaws in their original way. And we will have Choctaw people there demonstrating these crafts.
Oh, and the blowgun.
The blowgun. That's going to be fun. We have to figure out where the target's going to be because...
You're not going to have T-shirts with targets on it, are you?
No.
And these posters you can get, they're free?
Right. They are free. You can come by the museum and pick one up if you like. We're putting them up in different places, of course.
And we got to wrap this baby up. So the museum's office is open on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday from what hours?
10 to 4.
Okay. It's $3 for adults, $2 for seniors 65 and over, $1 for children 6 to 18.
Right. And we're open Sunday from 1 to 4.
That's right. Okay.
Every Sunday.
And the address?
The address 61115 St. Mary Street, Lacombe.
Right behind Sal and Judy's.
Right
pretty
behind
much.
Sal and Judy's on the school grounds of the Bayou Lacombe Middle
Okay,
School.
website again?
Website, BayouLacombMuseum.com.
Phone number.
985-788-1403.
And it's from 1 to 5?
It's 1 to 4.
1 to 4.
Each Saturday.
Okay.
Every Saturday in November.
Thanks, Brian.
Steve, thank you. We appreciate
Anytime,
your
come
time.
on back. All right, look, we got 11:16, 11:23, and 11:30 from 1 to what?
1 to 4.
1 to 4, Bayou Lacombe Museum behind Sal and Judy's. You have a great time. You can pick up one of these and get some Indian jewelry. We'll be back with our next guest in a few minutes, so come on back. And don't forget, 11:16, 11:23, and 11:30. Take care.
Hey, Hard, what's this? That's my resignation. You're resigning. Why? You've been putting me under a lot of pressure lately. That's why I'm ready to quit. Oh, I forgot. I'll do better. Please don't quit on me.
Don't let your heart quit on you. Get your uncontrolled high blood pressure to a healthy range before it's too late.
Hey, we're back with Miss Debbie Bressler, who is with New Heights Therapeutic Riding Center. She is the publicity and marketing person. Tell us about this. This is all new to me, but I've heard it's very popular.
It's very popular. It's equine, which is horses.
Okay.
They're used as a therapy tool.
And it says here, volunteers are our heart, horses are our soul.
That's right. We are looking for volunteers because the popularity of equine therapy has really increased in this country. And as it's increasing everywhere, it's increasing out here for us as well.
What does the therapy entail?
Well, the horse is the tool. We do two types of therapy. One is called adaptive therapy, which uses horsemanship skills to teach trust and social skills to different types of challenges. We have adults and children, physical, emotional, and cognitive challenges. And the horse is a therapy tool. It is the therapy tool. A lot of people try a lot of the traditional therapy, and it may not work, or they may want something different, and they're coming to us. And the popularity is just really increasing. And the more it increases, the more riders we get. The more riders, the more volunteers we need.
Is this because they have physical things they need to take care of, or?
Physical, emotional, cognitive. We have a veterans program that's we're having 2 or 3 sessions a year. One coming up in this winter session in January. People can volunteer to help on a
What do you
weekly
need volunteers
basis.
for? What do they do?
Everything.
Tell me what they need. You need them for.
Well, you could be a sidewalker, which you're responsible for standing by that horse and for the security and safety of that person who is riding. That is if it's hippotherapy. Hippo is Greek for horse, and we use the horse as a therapy tool. Hippotherapy is taught by a physical therapist, an OT, or a speech therapist, and it's doctor referred. Or adaptive therapy, which is horsemanship skills. Either way, you need to have a horse leader. You need to have a sidewalker with some cases, always with hippotherapy. Barn volunteers, you can come out and help us clean the tack. You can help us muck the stalls. There's all kinds of things.
Horses, clean them?
Well, grooming and washing the horses, yes. Administration, there's so much to do with administrative volunteers. And then our special events and projects. We just finished a golf tournament, and we're going into our annual big event on March 29th, which is our annual garden party, which supplies so much of the funding needed at New Heights.
You're going to come back and talk to us about the garden party?
I will come back and talk to you about everything now.
The golf tournament? I didn't hear anything about that.
I will come back and see you all the time, I promise.
I'm very upset with you. We're here for the community. They want to know.
We will definitely be here to talk about all of this. And volunteers is an ongoing need right now. And
it's in Folsom, right?
In Folsom on 82302 Holiday Road in Folsom, and it's beautiful. And it's we always say to come out and experience the healing power of the horse, because the horse's gait emulates that of the human, so it kind of helps stretch the spine. We have so many different people with different challenges, and it's truly amazing to witness how effective the horse is as a therapy tool.
What is the most challenging? Back?
I think getting volunteers is probably the most challenging.
I mean, when you have the horse therapy.
I think it's a little of everything. It depends on what the need is. We have people coming out in groups, like with adaptive therapy, be 4, 5, 6 people. In a group, hippotherapy is one-on-one because of the PT or the OT teaching it. But I think it's always, as it is for nonprofits, we need volunteers in order to do this work. For every person who rides, we have to have volunteers. Financing is really important. We do give scholarships. We have a sliding fee scale, and 70% of our riders now need financial assistance.
Is this Is it covered by insurance?
It's not specifically through us yet. We're working on that, but it is doctor referred or doctor recommended, doctor approved.
How long does it take to train a volunteer?
We have specific training depending on which one you're in. It could be one-day program, and then there's all types of recertifying. But to come out, you don't have to have previous horse experience because it's not just about the horses. You know, obviously there's some people that want to do the leading of the horses. Some people want to come out. Can I please come muck the stalls? You know, do the bathing and the grooming. That's all part of it too.
What are your hours of operation?
We are there from 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock, Monday through Friday, and Saturday at this point is about 1 o'clock in the afternoon by appointment. So on Saturday, we're not full day yet.
Is it by appointment during the week too or no?
Yes, it's not just a drop-in. It's everybody, because some of the groups will come. They may come twice a week, or we may have
how many people in a
individuals. It depends on what the challenge is. Some of the groups will be 4 or 5, just depending. Hippotherapy is one-on-one because you need that special attention there. It just depends. We even have a lift. There's a picture that we have that we brought that shows you the lift, being able to lift somebody onto the horse, and her euphoric smile when she gets onto this horse. I mean, just you truly do witness the healing power of the horse. It is. And with that trust, you know, besides what it's doing physically, emotionally, you know, cognitively, it's just amazing. You've got to come out and see us.
The hospital. We were at the airport and they had a dog there, and it just soothes you.
No, it is very soothing.
Yes.
And I think the horse being so attuned. I mean, there's a picture that I love, and I have to bring it next time. The horse is kind of walking down the barn, and there's someone in a wheelchair going towards the horse. You can see the connection before they get there, and then they're nose to nose. It just, you know, I spend my days crying with happy tears.
How many horses do you have?
We have 13 right now. We do not own our own horses. They're on loan. So people may call and say, I have a perfect horse for you. We go out. We have to evaluate it. Obviously, it needs to be very calm and what we call bomb-proof because it's got to be able to work well, but they're very sensitive to the people's needs. We get to see, does that horse work? Can we take the horse? If it will develop a lot of problems or a lot of expenses at a certain point, we'll call the owners and they'll have we have to give the horse back to them. But at this point, 13. But again, with the increase in riders comes the increase in volunteer need, increase in horses, increase in pasture, food, money. So it's a circle.
How long are each session?
It depends. It's 30 minutes. If it's a hippo session, it can be a little bit longer. If it's a adaptive riding and it's a group.
Up pretty much?
We still have some slots, but we're full for the fall session, and we're almost getting into the finish of that. But we are very open to call right now. It's the time to go on our website.
What's the phone number and the website?
Phone number is 985-796-4600, and the website is newheightstherapy.org.
And if you want to email, you can go to volunteer@newheightstherapy.org.
Or just give us a call. You can go online and fill in a volunteer packet, or if you're interested in riding, fill in a rider packet, but just give us a call. My name's Debbie. If you want to call, I'll talk to you. Kim will answer the phone, and Vicky's out giving lessons, and our volunteers are busy, but we're all there to talk to you if anyone has any questions.
And when you get a patient, how long does it normally take from start to finish?
Some will stay with you for a long time because it's
6 months
or longer.
Okay.
I mean, we've got someone that's been riding since he was 6 in therapeutic riding, and he's 26. It's not that you necessarily come in, ride, and all of a sudden you're able to walk again. So it's therapy that can sustain and kind of continues, you being able to heal those muscles or do certain skills. And so it depends. Sometimes you'll start an adaptive, and the group changes and grows. But I think some of the people in the groups have been there for years because these aren't things that you come in and put a Band-Aid on and leave. It is therapy. Sometimes you do heal that specific problem or an injury, and you're able to go. Other times you're there, and we love having you for as long as you need to be there.
Okay. We got about 36 seconds left. So what else can you tell us?
Please give us a call, volunteer 16 years or older, and we do provide the special training, and we're looking Monday through Saturdays if you're available, but
What are
please
the
give
hours
us a
again?
call from 9 to 5 is when our lessons
Saturday,
are.
9 to 1.
About 9 to 1, yes, and they're all scheduled. When you come in to volunteer, you'll be assigned to a certain instructor and working with, a certain horse and a certain client or a group of clients, but please give us a call, 985-796-4600. Go to newheightstherapy.org and come experience the healing power of the horse.
Okay, and you can email Debbie at volunteer@newheightstherapy.org. And New Heights, the N and the H are
Capitalized. It just makes it easier to read, but you can get on it. But if you give us a call, we'll get you where you need to go.
Okay, 985-796-4600.
It was so nice to see you. Thank you.
Good seeing you. Come on back anytime.
Promise.
Please.
I promise.
And what's coming up in March?
The annual garden party, which is where we make the funds that we need to keep this running and provide these scholarships.
Come talk to me about it.
I will. I
Gardening's
promise.
big. We're back with our next guest. Call Debbie, 985-796-4600. You can help a lot of people and get to know some horses. 985-796-4600. We'll be back with our next guest in a few minutes, so don't go away.
From this angle, it all makes a star.
I'm a teacher. Let me tell you what I make. I make learning a privilege, not a chore. And frustration, a tool, not an obstacle. I make working hard seem easy, and giving up impossible.
And then we're going to turn on the lights and everybody look up.
I make an old subject feel like a fresh thought.
What's your reaction? Yeah, exactly.
And unconventional methods.
Okay, what else?
Common.
Little tadpoles, frogs, spiders, this is their world.
Nothing. And then they die. Go ahead, go, go, go.
I'm a teacher. I make more.
Hey, we're back, and we're going to talk NAPAS, North Lake Performing Arts Society, with Sandy Hughes, the president, about Glory and Lights. Tell us about it. What's going on?
Well, this is our holiday concert. We offer one every year, and we have been fortunate over the past several years to be able to provide a concert in the Mandeville area, Mandeville, Covington, and also in the Slidell area.
Okay.
We have two wonderful churches that have been able to host us. So we're looking forward to a great crowd, and we've got some very interesting music this year. It's not the traditional types of Christmas carols, although we will be offering those as well. We have one section, I'll show it here, it's called A Ceremony of Carols, that was composed by Benjamin Britten. He is an English composer, and he actually composed this in 1942. He had left England at the start of World War II, had come to the United States and Canada, and had done some composing there. And then in 1942, he got on a Swedish cargo ship and sailed to England. And of course, that was a very difficult time because there were Nazi submarines around. But he, because there wasn't anything for him to do on the ship, he spent time thinking and composing and took some very old carols or poems actually and created some carols. So we're going to be performing them, and there are some that are in Latin, some that are in Middle English, and some that are in plain English. This is a special composition in that it was originally designed for a boys' choir and a harp, and then it has been performed with a women's chorus, but we're performing it with piano. So we have our wonderful pianist, Dr. Irina Kunev, who is going to be playing the arpeggios just as if it were a harp, and we will be singing with the soprano, alto, tenor, and bass. So it's a wonderful composition.
And who's the music director?
Dr. Alyssa Rowe. She is a professor of vocal performing arts at Southeastern Louisiana University.
And y'all just got the President's Arts Awards.
We
is that
did.
correct?
Yes, that was a wonderful
Well deserved.
Thank you.
Y'all been on the show a lot, do a lot. What are the dates before we get going too far?
Well, Friday, December 6th, we're performing at Hosanna Lutheran Church on Highway 190 in Mandeville. And then on Sunday,
What time?
At 7:30, thank
Okay.
you. And on Sunday, December 8th at 2:30, we will be at Our Lady of Lourdes Catholic Church in Slidell.
And how much are tickets?
It's $15, and the tickets can be purchased online through our website,
Which is?
www.npas.info.
Okay.
So it's $15. You can use your credit card, just click.
Children too?
Under 10, it's free.
Okay.
Tickets can also be purchased at the door, and we have tickets available at Braswell's in Covington
Okay.
for both of the concerts.
Okay.
The second thing that we are going to be doing, the choral selection, is the Christmas ornaments. This is
Okay.
by Randall Bass.
Okay.
And he is a composer, an American composer who is still composing. And this one is a collection of both Latin and English. And there are some brand new carols in here and some that are familiar, like Deck the Halls and the 12 Days of Christmas, but they're not sung in a traditional way.
Okay.
So our audience may start to sing along, but I can guarantee that there will be some surprises in there. And we're also going to be doing sing-alongs of some of our favorite carols, because what would be a holiday concert
Without everybody singing.
sing-alongs? Right.
How long do the concerts last usually?
This concert will be about an hour and 15 minutes or
Okay.
so in length. Our others are a little bit longer because we have intermissions, but this will be a straight-through
No
singing.
intermission, straight
No
through.
intermission,
How
right.
many seating? House seating?
About 200, 250 at
Okay.
each location.
Okay.
And the acoustics are fantastic, the hospitality at each of the churches, so parking is available. It's just going to be a great way to kick off the holiday season.
What's the phone number?
The phone number is 276-9335. It is a recorded type of message, but if someone leaves a message there, it will be transferred to a real person and we'll get back with you.
So what else can you tell us? We have about 3 minutes left.
Okay, NPAS has been around for 24 years and has been recognized, thank you very much, by the parish with the President's Award. And we are going to be planning in the spring our celebration for our 25th anniversary.
Wow.
When we turned 20, we had a gala that was really wonderful. We brought back singers who hadn't been with us for a while, but who had been those who started the organization. So we want to do something very, very special for our 25th year. Coming up, we have in March a hymn festival, which will be a collection of hymns that people sing in church, plus wonderful arrangements of hymns. And then our last concert for the season is going to be May. It will be Memorial Weekend, and it's going to be music of the 80s that will definitely have people singing along, clapping along, and dancing in the
Y'all
aisles.
had this something like that last year too.
We try to come
Yeah.
in with a bang and go out with a bang.
How many concerts do y'all have?
We have 4 programs a year, and each with 2 concerts.
And if you want to get involved, how do you do that?
Well, you can go to our website, that npas.info, and there is information out there about becoming a member.
Okay.
It's a very informative website that tells people all about our organization. It gives them the schedule for the year. It gives pictures of concerts that we've performed in the past, and there are some audio files so they can actually hear us sing.
Okay.
Plus, if they're interested in being a member, there's information about that, and if anyone wants to sign up for our newsletter that would give them a heads up on when our concerts are coming, they can do that as well.
Now, how much is the membership?
It's $150 a year.
Okay, and is that for a person, a family, or what?
That's per person.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
because we need, what we have recognized in looking at our finances is that 20% of the income that we receive is from our members.
Okay.
And it really helps to get the buy-in so that, they recognize that it's not, we don't have a PR person out there. We need every person out there promoting our concerts.
Gotcha. It's popular. I hear about it all over the place.
Well, I hope so, and I hope that you continue to get the word out.
That's what we're here for. Y'all come on a lot, so keep coming.
Well, thank you.
We got about a minute left, so let's refresh. Give everybody. The first concert is Friday,
December 6th.
From what time?
7:30.
Okay.
It's at Hosanna Lutheran Church, 2480 U.S. Highway 190 in Mandeville. And then on Sunday, December 8th at 2:30 p.m., we are at Our Lady of Lourdes Catholic Church, 400 Westchester Place in Slidell.
And tickets are $15?
$15 for 10 and over.
Okay. And dress festive. Sing along.
Sing along, yes.
Website?
www.npas.info.
Phone number?
276-9335.
Thank you, Sandy. Come back anytime. December 6th at 7:30, Hosanna Lutheran Church. Sunday, December 8th, 2:30, Our Lady of the Lourdes. What's the phone number again?
276-9335.
Website?
npas.info.
And that's a wrap. We'll see you next time. Take care. Bye-bye. Go see these people. You'll love them. And if you can sing, call them. Go on their website. Take care. Bye-bye.
By the spring of 1950, only 5 short years after the last shots of World War II had been fired, the United States Army had been reduced to an active force of 600,000. A great number of these were scattered about the world on occupation duty. But the armed forces of the truculent communists, Soviet Russia and Red China, remained on a strong wartime footing and in belligerent posture. Aggression was soon to come. Americans would be fighting against tyranny for the 3rd time in 32 years.
More than 10,000 North Korean troops were dug in and waiting at every street corner with orders to fight to the death.
Korea, a crowded little finger of land, but of key importance to the free world in the Far East. What happened here opened the next major chapter in the history of the United States Army. The war began here, at the 38th parallel. Just how did this imaginary line become the fuse for a 3-year explosion? Before the Japanese surrender in World War II, we made an agreement with the Russians, who were then our allies. When surrender came on the Asian mainland, Russian troops would accept the surrender of Japanese forces north of the 38th parallel, and we would do the same south of it. The 38th parallel was chosen because it divides the Korean peninsula roughly in half. It was also agreed that free elections would be held, and the government of Korea returned to the Korean people. In August of 1948, free elections were held in South Korea, supervised by United Nations inspectors, establishing the Republic of Korea. 3 weeks later, communist-controlled elections in North Korea, from which UN inspectors were barred, established the communist regime and divided the Korean nation. Not long afterwards, the communists decided their moment for conquest had come.
In early summer 1950, life was good in the agricultural South. There was peace, time for living in the quiet, ancient way. Then suddenly, in the pre-dawn darkness of June 25th, 1950, South Koreans were jarred awake by a living nightmare. Unprovoked and unannounced, the communist latest war of conquest had begun. It was the beginning of World War III. It might have been if we had not taken immediate action. President Truman ordered our Navy and Air Force to provide cover and support to the Republic of Korea. In the United Nations, United States Delegate Warren Austin spoke for the indignant people of free nations everywhere.
The armed invasion of the Republic of Korea continues. The Republic of Korea has appealed to the United Nations for protection. I am proud to report that the United States is prepared to furnish assistance to the Republic of Korea.
4 days after the invasion began, the capital city of Seoul fell to the communists. Small elements of the United States Army were airlifted from Japan to help check the Red advance. They were greeted with cheers. But the cheering was soon forgotten. Our small forces found themselves greatly outnumbered by communist troops trained and equipped by the Russians. A handful of troops fought a delaying action, buying precious time until reinforcements would arrive. We showed the communists that we had the will to fight aggression wherever and whenever it occurred. On July 10th, President Truman appointed General Douglas MacArthur, Commander-in-Chief of the United Nations forces, which were beginning to assemble. For the outnumbered troops in the field, it was fight, pull back, and fight again. More United States forces arrived in Busan. Not nearly enough, but it was a beginning. commanders like General Walton H. Walker and General William F. Dean found their task was a grim one and all too familiar historically. A holding action with no time and too few men. American military leadership had only recently been blooded and honed to professional keenness in a greater war. To reinforce and complement the top leaders was a hard core of seasoned officers and enlisted men who had won their campaign ribbons on other fields of battle only 5 or 6 years before. July and August of 1950, our small forces were being pushed into a corner, the Pusan perimeter. We rushed more troops from Japan. Again, we were faced with an emergency build-up to fighting strength. We drew on our citizen soldiers, reserves, and inductees. Within the year, our army would grow from 600,000 to more than 1.5 million men. Other United Nations forces began arriving in Korea. British troops of the Sutherland and Argyle Highlanders. The International Army was beginning to take shape. It was none too soon. Again, time was running out. The Naktong River provided a natural defense line around Pusan. It was here that the guts and stamina of the American soldier and his Republic of Korea allies and a protective wall of artillery fire held the communist forces at bay. The buildup of Allied strength was rapidly gaining momentum. Incheon, September 15, 1950. The United Nations suddenly took the offensive. General Douglas MacArthur, the Supreme Commander, had conceived this daring amphibious strike along the coast of the Yellow Sea, just west of Seoul. The Marine Landing Force secured Walmy Island in just 58 minutes. And pushed on into Incheon itself, kicking in the back door to the enemy's defenses. Additional Army forces poured in. Simultaneously, the breakout from the Pusan perimeter got underway in the south. shock of heavy fighting, our forces drove 20 miles inland from Incheon to Seoul. More than 10,000 North Korean troops were dug in and waiting at every street corner with orders to fight to the death. The United Nations offensive rolled back the communist forces, sweeping northward past the 38th parallel. First, Kaesong fell. Then, Wonsan on the east coast. Pyongyang, the North Korean capital itself. Psychological warfare played an important part. Loudspeaker messages and safe conduct passes for North Korean troops inviting them to surrender met with striking success. Often, entire units stacked their weapons and awaited the arrival of UN forces. Units pushed on toward the Yalu River, Korea's northernmost boundary. But there were signs of potential trouble ahead. Some of the prisoners taken in the north wore the quilted uniform of the communist Chinese army. November found elements of the 10th Corps on the frozen banks of the Yalu River. While they ate their Thanksgiving dinner, they could look across the river and see communist China. Victory seemed assured. There was talk of war's end by Christmas. But on the other side of the Yalu, Chinese armies were massive. A whole new war was about to begin. Again, the communists had run afoul of two things: the immense firepower of the 8th Army and the principles of logistics. In the west, elements of the 8th Army withdrew south of the 38th parallel. The Chinese forces followed up with their massive New Year's offensive. Thousands of Koreans choked the roads leading southward. They had seen communism in practice. Any hardship was preferable. Once again, Seoul changed hands as we pulled out, blowing up the bridges behind us. Far to the south, our units were regrouping. In late February, we made a fresh start, an operation General Ridgway graphically called Operation Killer. The Chinese armies held a staggering superiority of numbers, and Ridgway's intent was simple: cut down the odds. Operation Killer did just that. The enemy lost 10 men for every United Nations casualty. What had begun as an attempt to inflict heavy personnel losses on the enemy developed into a ground-gaining operation. On March 15th, Seoul again changed hands. South Korean troops entered the deserted streets unopposed. The enemy had pulled out to the north. But not for long. Spring brought with it still another crisis, another massive communist offensive. General Van Fleet fortified the city of Seoul, determined not to lose it again. The enemy came on in human waves, to be met by a storm of fire. They lost tens of thousands, but still they came on. And then suddenly, they faltered, broke, and started pulling back, pursued by our armor. Again, the communists had run afoul of two things: the immense firepower of the 8th Army and the principles of logistics. They were simply unable to supply a large force for a sustained offensive. June 2nd, 1951, again we crossed the 38th parallel, a badly battered enemy withdrawing before us. Soviet UN delegate Jacob Malik frankly proposed truce talks, suggesting that perhaps a ceasefire could be discussed. On July 10th, preliminary truce talks were opened in the red-held city of Kaesong. They were to drag on for 2 long years, while the bloodshed continued. The lines of the fighting front became virtually stabilized. After 12 days, the talks in Kaesong were deadlocked over the issue of a ceasefire line. Then the communists broke off the talks. In the fall, they were resumed at Panmunjom. The fighting continued. Materials were expended daily and nightly in prodigious amounts. Massive supply by air was a new military concept that came to full development in Korea. Airlift and airdrop techniques became a major means of supply in a large-scale combat situation. Winter 1952 found the talks at Panmunjom deadlocked over the principle of prisoner exchange. While back Back and forth along the twisted length of the main line of resistance raged the bitter hill battles. In March 1953, the communist world was shaken by the death of Joseph Stalin. His successor, Georgy Malenkov, launched what he termed a worldwide peace offensive. Its influence would soon be felt in Korea. Within a month, the communists suddenly took us up on our standing offer to exchange sick and wounded prisoners. This was Operation Little Switch. It indicated that a ceasefire might come soon. Battle-weary men listened for word that the shooting was to end. On July 27, 1953, at the UN base camp in Munsan-ni, General Mark Clark signed the ceasefire agreement. A few miles away, the communists did the same. By August 5th, Operation Big Switch was underway. Some 13,000 UN soldiers returned from Red prison camps. General William Dean, captured in the battle for Taejon early in the war, returned with his thousands of comrades in arms. It was then that the world image of communism received a telling blow. For 2/3 of the Chinese prisoners refused to return to Red China, and 35,000 North Koreans decided they'd rather live in South Korea. An armistice, however, is only a ceasefire, not peace. And in this divided nation, the need is for constant watchfulness. Unending preparedness still remains and may continue for years to come. This is true anywhere on earth where people face an aggressor.
The communists had miscalculated in Korea. They could not bring themselves to believe that we would spend so much of materiel and of effort and of pain so far from home. That lesson was an important one for all concerned. Once again, the United States Army, the American soldier, had stood foremost in a massive military force on foreign soil, but not for conquest. As the years passed, we began to see that our preparedness would have to be large-scale, constant, flexible, and adaptable. They were to be years of menace, bringing into being a new phrase, the Cold War.
Join us us on Thursday, December 5th for Angels of Light, the annual holiday tree lighting ceremony benefiting St. Tammany Hospital Hospice. Each year, the Tree for Life is lighted in a beautiful holiday ceremony. In addition, the tree is decorated with tribute angels. Each angel represents a special person being honored or memorialized by a friend or family member. Every light on the Tree for Life represents the extraordinary care and comfort that is provided to all hospice patients. The St. Tammany Hospital Hospice Program provides palliative and supportive care to terminally ill patients and their families in the home through an interdisciplinary team that addresses physical, psychological, social, and spiritual needs. Hospice services are available to everyone, regardless of their ability to pay. Your gift touches the lives of many who need your help. The 2019 Hospice Tree for Life is dedicated in loving memory of John P.Z. Romano. You and your angel recipient or family of your recipient are invited to attend this special holiday ceremony on Thursday, December 5th at 5:30 p.m. in the St. Tammany Parish Hospital lobby. For more information or to purchase a tribute angel, visit sthfoundation.org/angels or call 985-898-4141.
Saturday, December 7th, Adopt Till You Drop at the St. Tammany Parish Animal Shelter from 9 a.m. until 11 a.m. Bring a non-perishable food item. Give a pet a home and a family a meal just in time for Christmas. Animals are spayed, neutered, microchipped, and vaccinated. Your donation is your adoption fee. We're located at 30178 Highway 36 in Lacombe. Can't come out? Watch our live stream on Facebook at St. Tammany Parish or on Access St. Tammany at www.stpgov.org. Either way, adopt till you drop.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we could find a seat and we'll get started. That is here for the Medline issue. I am going to pull it up to the top once that is over so that we can handle that and have time to do that and get it done. So that way you don't have to go through the whole meeting and so forth. So we'll do that. I'm just going to ask you to just be patient. There's a lot of things that'll be said tonight that need to be said for people that have served this community for a very long time, and everyone on the council will have a chance to do that. As members of the council, when we get to that, if you don't mind, if you want to say something, when we get to someone, would you please just hit your button and then I can call on you. I just ask you, we asked the audience and residents to 3 minutes. If we could stay within 3 minutes on some of these personal ones when it's over, it would be appreciated, and we could move on and get to the council meeting. So with that said, I'd like to welcome everyone here. And the first thing I'd like to do is call on Mr. Balisaro.
Thank you, sir. What I'm going to do is call Sammy Deje to do the pledge. Sam, would you please come up? Anyway, this is going to be interesting. Before we get started, Sammy, what I want to do is ask you a question. When I read this script, the first thing popped into my mind was, why would someone your age would have such a love for reading books?
Because when you read articles, you gain lots of information. In the articles I read, I learn a lot of new words, and also I get to see like around the world.
All right, thank you very much. I'm pleased. Here's what I have is a write-up, which is fantastic. Sammy is the son of Navy Lieutenant Commander Jamal Delji and Sumia Delji. He's an 11-year-old who loves playing video games. He was born in Germany, but has lived and visited many places around the world. His favorite place to live and go to school was Cambodia. That's interesting. Sammy uses a computer program at school called Achieve 3000 as an enrichment to the curriculum. He became a top point scorer for Riverside, and he then became goal-oriented, setting his mind to become the top scorer in the state of Louisiana. He has achieved this multiple times. Through the encouragement of his teacher, Jennifer Zaccanelli, who was in the audience, and his classmates, he set the goal to become the worldwide top scorer and worked until the goal became a reality. On November 14th, Sammy became the worldwide daily top scorer. Sammy, thank you. Congratulations. You can start the pledge now.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, young man, and you really are an inspiration. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sammy.
Mr. Smith, would you lead us in the invocation, please?
Let us bow. And dear God, we come once again with bowed heads and humble hearts, just to say thank you for this blessed opportunity, dear God, that you've afforded us once again to assemble ourselves at this place that you provided. We thank you, oh God, for this morning's rising, last night's lying down, watching over us as we slumbered in our sleep. And early this morning, without any reservation or hesitation known to us, you reached down with the finger of love, and you touched our bodies and enabled us to see another day, a day that was not promised to us in the beginning. But because of your grace and your love and your mercy, oh God, you saw fit to let us walk around your beautiful creation another day. And we are eternally grateful and just want to say thank you. Dear God, as we approach you again, we want to ask a special prayer for those among us who have served in this parish, dear God, faithfully to help us to enhance the quality of life for its citizens. And we pray, oh God, that you would bless them as they continue their endeavors beyond this point. And dear God, this meeting, we pray that it will be a meeting that is pleasing to you. And in the end, we'll be so very careful to give you all the praise, honor, and glory. For it's in Jesus' name we ask it all. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Right in the front row. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Dean? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Toledano?
Present.
Mr. Tanner? Mr. Belisario?
Here.
Mr. Lorino?
Here.
Mr. Groby? Mr. Canulette? Ms. O'Brien? Mr. Stefanczyk? Mr. Bender? Ms. Blanchard? Mr. Smith? You have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Let me just read a couple of things. Public comment, a 3-minute time limit is established for each member of the public wishing to speak for or against an item on the agenda, except an appeal. So anyone wishing to speak on any item tonight or have any item pulled, would you please fill out a card if you haven't done so, that we can have that and move forward. Also for appeals, but I don't think we have any appeals tonight, if I'm not mistaken.
You're correct.
So we don't have to do that. So anyway, let's go to special items. Ordinance number 1, ordinance calendar number 6241, ordinance to adopt the 2020 operating budget. Okay. I should have a motion. Motion by Mr. Canulette, second by Ms. O'Brien. Mr. Hernandez?
Thank you. Caller Hernandez. I guess I misunderstood. I thought you were going to put the 99% of the other people first before this, but I'm glad they're going to get to hear me.
Mr. Hernandez, you attend every meeting. You deserve to go first. Okay? So you take your time and you go right ahead, sir.
Thank you. I don't know if you can tell I'm blushing right now. Thanks. I want to thank the administration, Pat Brister, Leslie Long and her staff, and the Parish Council, the Finance Committee Chair, Mr. Toledano, for holding a special meeting just recently regarding the capital and the operating budget. It was a very informative meeting. It answered a lot of my questions that I had, and it was interesting that many of the council members who were present asked some of the questions I was thinking about, and there was no need for me to say anything at the time. One of the interesting things is that, the press covered this, that the there are outside agencies right now that are proposing certain salary increases. And I see that we have amendments coming up where it would take into consideration the parish agencies to accommodate some slight increase for them. I think that in the future, it was pointed out that the funds that are presently available, the so-called reserve or excess funds, I don't know if you want to call them excess, that are presently available will be running out in the near future. And it was stated that in 2020, there was going to be, I think, a proposal to look at additional revenues for the upcoming years. One of the things that was suggested at the meeting was the selling of the of utility agencies that the parish presently owns. That's for another day. One of the other things that was considered was looking at, obviously, the possibility of looking at additional fees or revenues for the upcoming years. And one of the things that, of course, I like to talk about are the fees that presently are waived by the council. And I want to thank the vast majority of the council members that did not waive any fees or sponsor any waiver of fees this past year. In years past, it's been anywhere from $5,000, $6,000 to $8,000 in fees that have been waived, and that was not even close. This year was slightly over $1,000 at fees that were waived. But still, I think the waiver of fees is still something I think that the parish council, given the critical nature of the funding situation, is something I hope that will not take place in 2020. I just want to, again, suggest that maybe one of the things that can be done to increase fees is to place online for the public to see the permits that are being considered or approved by the parish. I think virtually everyone knows that if you have a permit, any work that's required in the parish, virtually every work needs some kind of permit. Usually there are fees associated with these permits. And with that, if the public knew that these permits have been proposed or approved, they would know that the fees hopefully have been paid for that. If not, if these permits are not, if they look at and they see work going on next door to them or nearby, they could see online and see, well, are these permits available? The only people right now that get to see the permits are the people who actually apply for the permits. The general public does not. Only the people who apply for the permits get to see what the status is. I would hope that would change and that everyone gets to see that information. And I would hope that then the people would know that, hey, there's something going on here. I don't see any permits. I don't see them online. I need to call, and we know that unfortunately as inspectors is something that we don't have much funding for, that the parish would, I'm sure, be happy to hear from the public to find out about that. One last note for me, on lighting district number 6, which is close to where I live, in I-12 and Highway 1088, the description that's online right now is incorrect. And what I would hope that be corrected, that's for another day. But just to let you know that there's been a pole which has been fairly newly constructed, which is laying on the ground right now. And I would hope that something could be done about that in the near future. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hernandez, caller. Thank you very much. But I just want to say one other thing. We had those hearings. We had numerous hearings, and you attended every one Mr. Taladano had. And you, with all the people in St. Tammany Parish, were the only person that was sitting in here paying attention and listening, and you were able to see that we do ask some of the questions that you were thinking about at those meetings. And I just want to say thank you for coming, and I wish some other people would do the same.
I would encourage everyone else to come. These are very informative meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we had a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion is unanimous, 3 absent.
Thank you. Number 2, under special items, ordinance calendar number 6242, ordinance to establish the 2020 through 2024 capital improvement budget and capital assets. Motion by Mr. Taladano, second by Mr. Thompson. Please vote.
Motion is unanimous, 2 absent.
Thank you. We'll go to presentations now. Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tonight will be an emotional night for many of us, especially me, so I will try to do the best to get through the night. You have always allowed me to come up and introduce our Employee of the Month. I am very sorry that we couldn't introduce every employee that really does deserve extra recognition for the extra work they do. So tonight, instead of an Employee of the Month, I'm going to ask all of the employees that are here that work for this parish to please stand while I talk about them for a little bit. So all of you, stand up. Stand up. Stay standing. I want you all to look at them, and there, thank you. These are the people that make everything work in this parish. And they've done it for years, and they've done it professionally by the rules that are set by this council. I could not be more proud to have worked with these people for 8 years, many of them, and 8 years when I was on the council for many of them. So I personally want to thank them for what they do every day to make me look good and to make you all look good too. But this is something that I will bring up over and over again. These are the employees. When there's an emergency, these employees leave their families to take care of themselves while they come to our Emergency Operations Center to take care of your families. I can never, ever thank them enough, nor can anybody else here in this parish thank them enough for giving up that responsibility to their families to take care of our families in this parish. So thank you all. I love you all, and you'll see more of them. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
I think I might go ahead and take about an hour off for a little while and come back in a few minutes. Okay. Anyway, as we know, we move on and we forge ahead. There's I'll get it. Someone told me a long time ago when I had a tragedy that you can't stand still, you can't go back, you must go forward. And I've always tried to keep that in the back of my mind for everything. And tonight is one of those nights that little plaque that I have on my desk came into play before I headed over here to St. Tammany. And I have a lot more to say, but I just wanted to say that. Thank you. Mr. Taladano.
Yes, sir. Item 2.
You have to wake up.
Oh, yeah,
right?
pardon me.
Please wake up.
I was going to tell you words, but no, Ms. Core, I've talked to Ms. Core, and in view of what we thought to be the agenda tonight, we're deferring her presentation until January. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Record. Appreciate it. Okay, number 3, presentation to outgoing members. Before we get on to that, outgoing members, I would be very remiss if I didn't move forward to incoming members. And that's very important in what I just said a few minutes ago about moving forward. Tonight, we have President-elect Mr. Mike Cooper in the audience. And I'd like to have, Mike, if you would like to come up to the podium, sir. Before you get started, you know, we met this week along with Mr. Toledano, and as I said, I know the members sitting up here. I know the members that are sitting out there that will be coming up here. And everybody has one thing on their mind and one thing that they want to achieve. And that is to keep St. Tammany as great as it is now and moving forward. And you have my full 1,000% commitment to do that, as I know you have the members up here. So it's a pleasure to see you. I'm going to say personally, I told you the other day, congratulations. And the mic is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lorino. And it was a great opportunity to meet with you and Mr. Toledano and many of the other members, if not all of you, over the past couple of weeks. It is an honor to be standing here this evening in anticipation of taking office on January 13th. I want to, first of all, thank the citizens of St. Tammany for the trust that they've put in me to lead St. Tammany for the next 4 years. I want to say that I'm looking forward to serving and working with our new parish council, which will be made up of 4 new members. And I want to wish those who have served and are now won't be with us in January, wish each and every one of you the very best. We've got a lot of challenges. Like you say, we've got a great parish. We have many challenges, and I certainly look forward to working with you, other elected officials, our business community, our builders, our developers, and everybody who has an impact on our parish. So we look forward to it, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mike. Before we get started, I'd like to introduce a couple of incoming members to the council. Ms. Martha Casaban, elected in District 3. Congratulations. Mr. Jimmy Davis. District 7. Mr. Mike Smith, District 9. And Mr. Jake Airy, District 13. Thank you, and we're looking forward in January to have you here and helping us work along with the new parish president, and keep St. Tammany going in a great direction. And simple fact, I just introduced a lot of incoming people. That means there's a few outgoing people. And so I have a little chart here, but I like to deviate from the chart a little bit and do it my way, as normal. But anyway, the first thing I'd like to do is, did you get me Jake's? Get me Jake's award. First of all, I came in 4 years ago, and it was my first experience in government, and so it was quite a learning experience. And one of the first meetings we had an issue with a recreation district in Lacombe, and being new and not knowing anything at all, I came up with an idea that we should form a committee, and it happened to be in Jake's district. And people told me that, hey, Mike, you're not supposed to do that. That falls under, the district representative. I said, oh, well. But nevertheless, we did. And that was my first experience working with Jake. And I believe since that time, the Lacombe Rec District that we worked together on with a few other councilmen, Mr. Smith, Mr. Toledano, and I can't think of who else was on there. Time passes, but it's worked very well. But I learned one thing about Jake. Jake cares about the people, and he cares about his constituents in District 7. So with great honor, Jake has served 8 years. If I'm not mistaken, I think Jake has said he term limited himself out, and that's what he wanted to do, and he's standing by it, and congratulations on that. So with great honor, my friend, I'd like to present you this little plaque and let you have the mic. You have the floor, Mr. Ruby.
Thank you, Chair. It has been an honor and privilege to serve the citizens of District 7, Lacombe, and Mandeville, and a little piece of Abita Springs, so to speak. When you're sitting up here, one of the first things I was most nervous about was slipping on the mic with a bad word. Your first couple of meetings, you don't say anything because you're just afraid you're gonna mess up on live TV. Working with the council members as we have, I told Jimmy earlier, it ain't personal, it's politics. You can't make it personal. And that was the first thing Mr. Hemway told me before he even took office. We had met, and he says, set your feelings aside, handle the district as a business. It's not personal. And that's the best advice I can give all the new councilmen coming in. You'll be up here, you'll be mad, you'll leave a meeting, you won't shake hands, just, why didn't they support me? But it's the good of the whole is what it really comes down to. And honestly, bringing honor upon my family. I'm the only person so far that's ever been elected to public office, and my wife has stood by me, and we've had a lot of long hours. I cannot do this job without your wife or your support of your family. And my wife has stood by me, Deirdre, and give up many nights and watch the kids if we had something to do and go places without me because of the council work, which is fine. But without her, this job would have been 10 times as hard. The staff here, all of the girls who work for us, or Council Administrator Don Henderson, or legal team, the new councilman, you won't know where the bathroom is for about 3 months until they show you, quite frankly. They show you how to do things, how to say things, how to introduce things. It is an honor and privilege to work with all of you, and it is a deep, deep thank you for the staff. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jake. And, Mr. Toledano still hadn't figured out where the bathroom and things like that is located yet.
He hasn't figured out where the microphone is either.
Okay. We'll go. The next gentleman sitting to the right of me, Mr. Gene Balisero. Gene's been serving on the council for 12 years, but he goes back a few years in other government positions. Gene and I met, as I said, when I came in. We worked together, and for this past year, Gene has been the vice chair. And if I needed anything, if I did something wrong, or if he had an idea, he always kind of kept me in line, and I really appreciate that. I appreciate the time we spent very close this last year, also in the prior years.
Right.
But I can tell you, he always took his district and his people to heart. He worked hard. He gave his time. His lovely wife, Mary Kay, served on the school board for a number of years. So that family has dedicated so much time and effort to St. Tammany Parish that it's hard to believe. And I just want to say, personally, thank you very much for helping me along the way. And thank you very much for your 12 years and your years prior to that. And also thank you for the Tammany Utilities Work Group. You got that started. We made a lot of progress, and we have a lot of work to do.
Right.
But on behalf of the parish, I just want to say thank you, Gene. Congratulations, my friend.
Okay.
And all the best.
I sincerely appreciate this. What a lot of people don't know, I just don't like my constituents. I love them. They're like family to me. They always have been. I've lived in the Military Road area since 1984. I became active in January of 1985. At the end of this month, will show you can always see it'll be 35 years of community involvement or political involvement. And the only person who has more than that is my wife. She was in PTAs from 1984 and then in public office for 24 years. And you don't know what it is to have two elected officials at the dining room table debating, is the school board's process more favorable than the parish government's case? I mean, there were many times we were disagreeing on budgeting, changing laws, you name it. You know, which one was better? It was always the way it was, and we would end up laughing over it and then have a drink afterwards. And that's what you have to do. As Jake said, I never got mad at council members. I never got mad at my constituents who disagreed with me. I've been fortunate there's not a whole lot of them, and that's fine. What I like about my people is they would tell me how they felt on an issue. When I had my community meetings, I knew what my direction was because my people would tell me on everything what they believed in. And that's why I was able to run against 5 people and win with almost 60%. Then I was unopposed the second and third time. I was going to run a 4th time until my wife and I talked about retirement. She knew if I ran one more time, I would win, and I would not take time off for myself because I've always put my constituents in my church first. And I'll never change from that, but while I'm retiring, I'll be able to start taking the trips that I've missed, and I'm ready to do that. I want to thank everybody here. I can tell you I've worked with a lot of these employees in all the different departments. I've enjoyed working with them. They're honest and truthful people. They never get enough praise, even like the parish president, and Mike's going to find that out. People who are his friend, within a month or 2 or 3, they're going to be complaining about what he's doing. It's the nature of the beast. When you look at politics, you have to make sure that you treat everybody fairly. Otherwise, they won't treat you fairly. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Jane. Mr. Stefanczyk.
I'd like to say a little bit about Gene. Gene served on the parish, the planning commission before beginning to seek the parish council for District 14. And while he was on that commission, he probably ticked off so many people that he decided he was the perfect candidate for Parish Council District 14. He would be succeeding Barry Baggert, who had done a lot of the same. So he knew that everything was going to be up. He knew there was an uphill battle after that, and that Gene, when he came on, didn't realize that he had been left with a task that would consume his 12 years on the parish council. And that task was to correct all the problems with the Crossgates utilities. As he finishes his term, he's still trying to solve those problems. And Mike, the only thing I can tell you is good luck. Gene has been very active in his community all his life, so much that he's earned the title by most of the councilmen as the Energizer Bunny. He served on the 9/11 board and has also served on the Safe Harbor board for battered women. And he worked on many boards, as he said, in his church, and recently worked on the field ordinance and everything here. Gene's occupation is an accountant. and he was extremely good at numbers. And for those of you that look at our budget and understand it, I'm going to tell you, the one thing I know about Gene is he knows where every penny is going in our budget. He studies it down to that level, and he understands it very well. I, for one, Gene, am going to miss you a lot, and I hope that you enjoy all the time that you have with your grandkids.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Steve. Mr. Toledano?
Thank you very much, and I'll be very brief. And for people in the audience, I have the pleasure now of serving as the chairman of your finance committee. But for Gene Belizario's knowledge that he has imparted to me, I would have been a lost dog in the woods when I started. What I came to know very quickly as I got on this council, Gene, is very much what Steve said. Your depth of knowledge of that budget and how you manage and overlook and guard every dollar that we spend in this parish is most appreciated by me and should be most appreciated by the public. You've been a mentor to me. Certainly you've been a mentor to most of us as it relates to the finances, and I just want to thank you for your service.
You're welcome, my friend. It was enjoyable.
Mr. Canulet.
Thank you. Wow, that's hard to believe. 12 years. I met Gene actually 21 years ago, but I really met him 20 years ago on the campaign trail against me. Rather interesting. Some fun stories. But let me tell you something about Gene. The day after the election 20 years ago, Gene called me, and he wanted to know what he could do for the parish. That's just the kind of guy he is. And ever since then, me and Gene have been working together for 20 years, collaborating, and no one has talked much about it, but the strides that he has made for the drainage on the east side is just incredible. And you can't do it by yourself. You gotta have the whole group involved. Everyone on the east side has to be involved because it affects everyone. But you will not meet a finer, sincere person than Gene, and I am going to miss Gene tremendously. Have fun with the grandkids, and I know you won the arguments about the parish over the school board, right?
Yes. I would just talk her down and keep talking.
Thank you, Chris. Ms. Blanchard.
I've had the privilege of working with Gene not only here but in many of our overlapping community activities, and a lot of people don't understand that. They think that we come here and this is all that we do. Gene, as he says, on a number of boards and organizations, and I thank you for your service. Being elected, that's just a title, but Gene actually is a community steward. So thank you for all you've done, and I know we'll continue to do in a community that we both love.
Thank you, Michelle. What I'd like to talk to you about afterwards or tomorrow or whenever, we need to look at putting together our meetings on taxes to educate the public. And what we need with this crowd here, you all need to come to the meetings. Last year, we had a meeting scheduled on the eastern side of the parish. We were expecting 75 to 100 people. We got maybe 25. When we came here in these chambers, 0. You have to understand the budgeting process with St. Tammany Parish government, any government entities. This corporate accounting, I was in there for years. I knew that inside and out. It took me almost a year and a half to understand the budget because of the complexity in the laws that require certain things. That you just can't, as a citizen, say they're spending too much money. You don't know about how everything has to be done. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gene. Okay. Well, the next one, a lady that's very dear to my heart, Miss Blanchard. And once again, Michelle came onto the council a few months before Reichert and I, and got to know Michelle very well. I know how hard she worked, how hard she tried. But a lot of people don't realize one thing. When you're married, when you have kids, when you work, and when you're a councilman or council lady, there's not many people that can do that. And I'm looking out here at the audience, and I look at myself because I'm retired and I know how busy I stay. And no one gets credit for that. No one gets acknowledged that because no one knows that. Because it's only here we see it and we feel it. I was honored to be Michelle's vice chair when she was chair. We had a very good year. She really, really helped me. But once again, I got to see her passion, her desire for St. Tammany Parish. And it's really, really amazing. And I just want to say thank you for the time that you left your family, for the time that you gave from your business, and for the time that you provided to your district, but not only your district, but being chair and devoting it to the whole parish. So I'm not going to make you walk over here. I'm going to come over there.
Mr. Groby, I have you beat. I got a call sometime in the summer of 2015, and I was told that they would like to appoint me to this job. And I said, no. I'm going to run for state rep in 2019. And they said, well, we're not going to take no for an answer. And I said, well, no. And I went home, I told them, well, let me go home tonight and talk to my husband, and I'll pray about it. And I'll give you a call tomorrow. And I went home and I said, God would not open this window if there's not something, or this door, if there's not something he wants me to learn. So I went ahead and talked to Jake. And Jake and I, at 5 o'clock, called and said, I'll do this. I only intended to run and serve 4 years, one term. And I have no regrets. It has been my true pleasure to serve the residents of District 13. I have a list today of what I've accomplished in 4 years, and it's $23 million impact to that area. I thank the President's office. They've helped me on numerous projects and made a great difference in my district. I want to thank the Barnes staff for all that they have done to help. It is amazing when there's a problem, they just go out and they fix it, and they work hard. I want to thank the staff of the administration. They've never said no, even as today. They helped me get more information. And then the council staff. And no, these are not girls, these are ladies. And I appreciate each one of them. One of our greatest projects that I'm very proud of is Katrina and I have relentlessly sent emails to Department of Transportation, and through that, a road was paved that's been crumbling and disappearing. That's a major thoroughfare, and people don't understand that that's what you do to make a difference in your community. So I thank each and every one of you for what you've done. I want to thank my husband, and if you think that two elected officials arguing over something is interesting, try two lawyers. So the next 4 years is going to be fun as I get to watch Jake take over, but I know that he will do a fine job of serving the people of District 13 and the residents of St. Tammany Parish. Again, I know, just like Jean, we're not disappearing. We'll have lots of work to do because God always brings it to us, and I look forward to being of service to the people in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Stefanski.
Good. I told you I'm going to say, turn my mic on.
You want me to turn your mic off?
Turn it on.
Oh.
Okay, there it is. There it is. I just want to add a little bit to what Mike said and Michelle, because I met Michelle when she was the president of the East Chamber of Commerce. I don't go to very many grand openings and ribbon cuttings, but every one that I went to, she was there representing the chamber, which was what she was supposed to do. Then I found out she was one of the leaders in the Leadership North Shore group. She was also on the board of several other groups in St. Tammany Parish. Then I found out she was a lawyer and married to one, and they had 2 kids. In 2011, we were looking for a possible charter changes, and we selected a group of people to serve on the Charter Change Commission. I recommended her, and she was appointed to the group. Then she was selected as chairman of the committee. I was one of the councilmen to be selected to that committee. Each meeting, she impressed me more and more with the facts, figures, and having everything ready for the group when we met. In 2015, Richie Artigue resigned his seat on the parish council to take a job as Slidell Airport manager. We needed to replace him, and we started looking for good candidates. Michelle's name came up in a discussion one day, and I thought, having seen her on the Charter Commission, she would be a good candidate for that. I talked to Richie about it. He agreed that she would be a good one. So I called her to talk to her about the position. This is where our stories change a little bit, because she told me she appreciated the vote of confidence, but she wasn't interested because she was going to wait 4 years and seek a state representative seat. I told her I told her that this would be a good background for her district and the parish. She still said no. I told her I don't take no for an answer. That part we finally agreed to. And that as short as the time was, because we had to make a decision within a day or two, I told her, you've got until tomorrow evening at 5 o'clock to call me back and tell me yes. And I waited all day for my phone to ring. At 5 minutes to 5, the phone finally rang, and she said, okay, I'll do it. I submitted her name to the council for consideration, and she was selected by the council. Part of her district's been in my old district, so it actually overlapped my old district. So I had the opportunity to work with her on problems in the area. She quickly picked up the needs of the district for the next several years, took care of all the problems that her constituents encountered. Michelle and Jake have 2 kids. Like most kids, they're active in sports, and they're constantly driving back and forth to camps, to their sports, and for games. Now, her daughter, Belle, is a little different. She decided she wanted to play football and be the kicker for the football team, for the junior high team, and now the freshman team. She turned out for the team and won the position. And I'll tell you, that's hard to do in Slidell, just so you know the biases that are there. But they won't be anymore because her mom was a lawyer, and I understand that. Michelle drives her around to all kinds of soccer camps as well as training camps to help improve her football kicking. Belle now regularly hits 40-yard field goals and wants to be the first female kicker for LSU. If Belle is anything like her mother, I'm sure that she's going to achieve that goal. Michelle served as vice chairman and chairman during her short tenure on the council and worked with both the council and the administration for the better of this government. Michelle, working with you has been a great pleasure for me. I know that your constituents will miss you as well, even though Jake will be taking your place. You know that I consider you as my best friend that I have on the council, and I hope that you feel the same about me. I wish you luck in the future, and if I can ever be of any help to you in any way, all you have to do is ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Okay. Well, now we go to a gentleman that I had the privilege to meet and never once thought I'd be sitting here tonight, and him sitting over there. I got to meet Red about 8 years ago when I was appointed to the Causeway Commission, and this gentleman walks in with his old work clothes on and sits down at the commission meetings and says very little, as he still does, says very little here. But I met Red Thompson there. And lo and behold, now I'm sitting here looking at Red Thompson. And I'm glad I'm still looking at you and you're still looking at me. That's a positive right there. I agree. So Red has been on this council for 42 years. You know, and the naysayers will say, 42 years, where's term limits? Well, you know where term limits is at most of the time? In the ballot box. Other people don't vote for Red Thompson, didn't vote for Red Thompson. The people in his district voted for Red Thompson. And everybody had an opportunity to get in the race. So that just goes to show you that Mr. Thompson did one hell of a job. As I said, Red speaks very seldom, very quiet, but I learned a lot from my friend down there. And most of it, he said, keep your mouth shut, but I don't follow that too often. So Red, there's a litany of things that are going to come here in a minute, but personally, I just want to say thank you from me to you because you helped me. I can only imagine what you have done for 42 years for the people in your district and St. Tammany Parish. So for me, my friend, congratulations. I know you're going to be retiring from work and council stuff, so the deers better watch out. We're going to lose a lot of deers in St. Tammany Parish. But congratulations, buddy, and I wish you all the best. And I'm going to go to Mr. Stefancic now.
I'm back again. Say it. I get the last word on Red, or some of the last words on Red to begin with. Tonight is the last meeting for the longest serving police bureau parish councilman in the history of St. Tammany Parish. James Red Thompson was selected as a police juror on July 1st, 1978, and will complete 41 years, 5 months, and 13 days when he leaves office on January the 13th. Tonight we'll be providing recognition to Red and a long tradition of the Thompson family in service to St. Tammany Parish. His grandfather served as a police juror from 1948 to 1964. His father was a councilman for Covington under the previous Mayor Cooper, and then went on to be elected to the police jury in 1964 and served until his death in 1978, and Red was appointed to replace his father. In doing some research on the Thompson name, we found that a judge named James Thompson. This is James Thompson. Judge James Thompson. When I asked people tonight if they knew who it was interesting. The only one that did was Red. And he said, I don't know whether our family or not, but I know that's who it is. This guy was born in Covington in 1842. In 1872, he was selected a state senator and was elected as a judge and served 26 years before his death in 1903. When he died, which is where I think the Thompson name gets a lot of credit in this parish. When he died in 1903, they shut down all the government buildings. They shut down the courthouse, and they shut down all the schools in St. Tammany Parish in recognition of Judge Thompson. The article noting him said one thing, and I think it relates to Red as well. His word was his bond, and those who disagreed with him always respected him for that. I met Red when he was elected when I was elected in 1987, to beginning my first term in 1978. He was a lot younger then, and always quiet. It was hard to learn anything from him because he never said anything at the meetings, and that hasn't changed as of today. I've always tried to learn from successful people, and soon learned that what he did was take care of his constituents in his district and their concerns. He would meet with barn foremen nearly every day to bring up issues that needed to be worked. He could usually get things done before anyone else knew it was a problem or became a concern. Red has seen the problems in St. Tammany with such things as the failure of the road tax in the early 80s and in the budget problems in the early 90s. Our meetings began at noon back then in the police jury and would run until evening, maybe midnight, maybe night, and if we went past midnight, we would come back the next day and start the meeting again at noon. So, as many of you know, we held meetings on the second floor of the Southern Hotel, and on the first floor was Toogie's Bar. Many of the police jurors would leave the meeting and go down to Toogie's for a beer or two, and then return to the meeting. Sometimes we had to send somebody down to get them so that we had a quorum to vote on things. Red has seen the western side of the parish go from a rural backwoods area with gravel or dirt roads to an area where it seems that everyone wants to live. He has seen the west side of St. Tammany quadruple in population over the years, causing many problems in infrastructure and quality of life. He still is addressing those things today. Red worked in the background to help solve the many problems of the parish and his district, although he never spoke much at our council meetings. He maintained a very close connection and friendship with all the council members. With the voter approval and reapproval of the 2-cent sales tax, he has seen the roads of St. Tammany go from gravel and dirt to asphalt. He has seen major improvements in drainage during his tenure. This has included continued upgrades to our requirements and to help improve the quality of life. Red was always able to work with representatives of the east side of the parish, and even when there was a discussion of splitting the parish into 2 new parishes. Some of you probably are not aware that that ever happened, but there certainly was there, and Red was one of the people that said, no, we can always work together. I could always talk to Red about problems that we faced as a jury or a council. We shared ideas, and what I liked him about is that he would tell you exactly how he felt on any issue, and we were always able to work out a compromise. More than that, if he gave you his word, he kept it, and you could take it to the bank. We didn't always agree on everything, but we always reached an agreement on any issue. I enjoyed working with Red over the years, and we became very good friends. I, for one, am going to miss him tremendously. I tried talking him into staying and seeking re-election this time, but to no avail. I know his hunting camp will be a lot busier in the future, and he will continue to farm as he's done for several years. So I can understand his wanting to retire. Through the years, he enjoyed victories and suffered defeats. He has aged a lot in giving service to St. Tammany and making St. Tammany a better place to live. I'm going to ask his daughter Erica to come up here. And Mr. Hand, when selecting an award for his service in St. Tammany Parish, I know we've got a couple other awards to give him, but we wanted to select something that reflects his parish, his service to the parish. He's been tattered, he's had a lot of success, but most of all, he's been kept going and set an example for the rest of us to follow. Red, you're like this old flag. You're like this old flag that's been battered, beaten, and shredded, and you're still going strong. I hope that you will put this recognition in a place of honor, whether it's in your home, your barn, or your hunting camp, to always remind you of what and how much we think of you. And with that being said, I say goodbye, my old friend. I feel honored to have been working with you for the past 32 years. Thank you for everything you did for St. Tammany. May God smile down, excuse me, may God smile down on you and reward you for all the things that you've done for us. And I hope He provides a lot of extra deer at your hunting camp.
Okay, y'all know I don't really talk a whole bunch, but I'm going to keep it kind of short. I'm probably be like Pat. I'm going to break down here, but when I first took office, some of your facts were wrong.
I got them from you.
No, you didn't, but you're getting old. You wrote them down.
Yeah, sure.
My grandpa got elected in 1948 to the police jury. He retired in 72. My daddy was on the Covington City Council in 64 to 72. But Mike Cooper's daddy was the mayor of Covington. When my grandpa retired, my daddy took his place. He passed away in 78 of a heart attack. I was appointed July 1st of 78, and I've been here ever since. So I've always, like Mr. Sponzik said, if I tell you something, you can take it to the bank. But my main objective as a parish councilman and a police juror, I've been a police juror 2 times, a parish councilman 2 times, was public works. I worked closely in the field with the crews. I met with them. I rode with them. People called me about a ditch or whatever. I went and seen them. I've represented a lot of the western end of the parish, the whole city of Covington at one time, Goodby, Folsom, all through that area. I've enjoyed it. I've met a lot of people. I've had a good time. I can even say I had fun. But, you know, these jobs y'all have in them seats up there, nobody knows what it takes until y'all sit in one of them. And it's a full-time job. It's not part-time. Y'all know that as well as I do. I always like to say, this is my daughter, Erica. You see that pretty red hair? When I was 26, I had that pretty red hair, too. It's gray now. I don't have much left. I don't know if politics did that to me or not.
Probably.
But look, I appreciate y'all. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be around. Just a short story. When I first got on the police jury, that's a long time ago, 2 of my mentors were Herman Sharp and O'Geese Richardson. And a lot of them, some of them y'all don't know them, I'm sure. They're gone now. And another fellow by the name of Shannon Davis. I was on the police jury with him. He ran for parish president in 1979, and I supported him. And it might be what we got beat, but we got beat. So I've worked with Shannon a long, long time. He's been a good friend, a good ally, and does a great job for the parish, I can tell you. Other than that, thank all y'all. I'll be around. Call me. I always tell people that if you need me, call me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, get one of them.
They got a couple of parish leadermen and foremen here. I'd like to get a picture with them if y'all don't mind. Mr. Crockett, Ray.
You go right ahead.
Come on, Fred. Wally. These are the fellas that keep y'all in office in the field. They've kept me in office. Like you say, I don't say much up here, but when I call these fellas and I say that need some gravel on this road or this ditch needs cleaning, in a day or two it's done.
Yep.
Just a little information. That's one way you can stay in office.
Well, Red, I think that's the most I've heard you speak in my 4 years.
Mike, for me, it's 12 years.
But Red, don't sit down. Come on over here for a minute. My pleasure as chairman, 42 years. My friend, congratulations.
Love you too, brother.
Mr. Dean.
Okay, is it on? Yeah.
That's you.
All right. I'm not even going to think about trying to top Mr. Stefancic's talk. That was good. But so I just wrote a couple of little notes. 42 years ago, that's 1978. I mean, Journey was singing. I mean, just think about 1978. That's a long time. That means he went through 4 censuses, all right? So 8, which means, and it's the significance of that, is that every time you have a census, then you have redistricting. And that means he either loses votes or loses constituents or gains constituents. This past, after 2010, it changed, and so did his world, because he took about half of my district that was really, and as you know, very, 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 very busy. It was all 3 corners, the northern and the western corners of 1077 and 1085. It was all up in Goodby. I used to have all of Goodby, so it all changed. But he got that district, and not only that, won another election ever since, even after that. He's an embodiment of what it means to be a council member. He's when I think about just words that I want to describe him with, number 1 is loyal. That's already been alluded to, that he's very loyal. His word is his bond. Whatever he says or whatever, you can very well bet that it's true. That it's true, and that if it's something he promises he's going to do, he'll do it. Loyal, knowledgeable. He knows more about this parish and more about parish roads and ditches and every square inch of at least this side of the parish. Knowledgeable, determined. I think anybody who knows him knows that there's not a whole heck of a lot you can talk him into if he's not wanting to do it. True friend, and I really mean that. True friend, and he was a mentor to me as well. I will miss his friendship. I'll miss his leadership. He's authoritative. And notice I didn't say powerful, because powerful sometimes kind of sounds got a negative connotation to it. But he's authoritative, meaning I bet you he could pick up the phone right now and call John Kennedy, call Steve Scalise. They would pick it up just like that. He gets authority through humility and service, and that's the good part. I mean, he's Red Thompson's not one of those guys that you're going to hear anything bad about. Red does his job. The voters like that, and with that comes authority. So I really appreciate what he has done. You notice the people that he thanked were the people that at work that did a lot of work for him. So anyway, I am gonna miss you. it's going to be real different. So anyway, I am pleased to give you this other gift. No, I can't take credit for that. So anyway, thank you.
Mr. Canulet.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
yeah. Don't drop it.
No, I'm not going to drop it. To move Lawrence down. So I was unanimously selected by the ladies to give you this gift because they said, you're probably the only one crazy enough to give it to them. And I said, I believe I'm your man. So you might as well come on up here real quick while we talk about you. So never would I have dreamed that I would be the second in tenure at this council when this started 20 years ago for me. I saw Pat earlier. Me and Pat started together. I'm going to miss her. We had a lot of good fun. We had some arguments, but we always were friends. But Thompson, first thing Thompson told me when I met him, he says, you know what happens in my district? I said, no. What? He says, what I say. Then you know what he told me? Do you understand? Because I was confused. And then I got that busted out laugh like he's doing right now. But in a nutshell, everyone said it. You are the best that the best can give. Your family is the salt of the earth. I mean, can't say enough positive things about you. Just like y'all are to the west, my family is to the east. And we cannot thank you enough. And you are always going to be my dear friend, my mentor. I'm going to miss you a lot. It's much more than you ever will know. I know. So, since we've been talking about you all night, this is your gift from somebody on this council. I'm not quite sure who it is, but it's a special Bobble doll.
It's probably you.
No, I can't take credit for this one. And it says, go hunting Thompson. So
there you go. I will do that.
Don't know who gave it to you? I don't know. You got to figure that one out.
Thank you.
You want the box? Yeah. Do that there.
Thank you, Chris. Madam President?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I can't even imagine this council meeting without Red Thompson. I had the pleasure of sitting next to him for 8 years, right up on that council dais. And while everybody here says he doesn't talk a lot, yes, he does. He just talks under his breath to whomever's sitting next to him. You don't hear him a lot. But how thankful we are, Red, for you, all you've done, but not just you, your entire family. Imagine what this parish would look like without the Thompson family and all they've done for all of us. Thank you, and I wish you the very happiest retirement ever. And play with that grandbaby. They're wonderful. Thank you.
Mr. Taladano.
Thank you very much. I have to say first that my relationship with Red goes back a long way also, but I have to also say that I never thought I would be here this day sitting up here next to this gentleman and see him leave office. First, I consider myself fortunate to be here in the first instance, and I really thought he would be here forever, but ever is not any more than 42 years, I'm told. It's very difficult, I think, to any time say goodbye to a legacy, and really not so much as goodbye, but as to salute what I consider to be a legacy, much well as someone who is my peer. Red Thompson, to me, means much more than what comes out of this meeting, because I've known Red Thompson in the community. But you begin to look around and see what represents Red Thompson, what really defines defines him. So I took a moment to, I'm so very computer literate that I can look up stuff now. My office has taught me that. And I looked for the definition of true leadership. Here's one of the definitions I read, and so help me God, but for having Red Thompson's name in it, it is Red Thompson. True leaders act with integrity, and in doing so, they establish trust. That's Red Thompson. Sort of an emotional person myself, so I apologize. True leaders genuinely value their people, and in doing so, they create loyalty. Those guys that he spoke about, who are also good friends and participants in my district, could not find a more loyal group. And they're loyal to him, and he is loyal to them. What a great character that is. True leaders are in the business of assisting people. They realize their full potential. In doing so, they inspire excellence. And that is the epitome of Red Thompson. His mission in life, in everywhere, is to help people. My relationship with Red spans over 35 years. We used to play basketball with and against each other in some of our gyms here in Covington. For 18 years, we were in the same hunting club. It's interesting to note that in the 18 years we were in the hunting club, he wore the same damn shirt virtually every day. We would occasionally share a beer, or perhaps two beers, or perhaps some unnumbered amount of beer. We knew a lot of people that were mutual friends of ours. We participated in politics. He teaches me and all of us something about politics every day. We walked in the woods together, and by that I don't mean we held hands together in the woods, but at our deer club, he was a scouter. He would go scout in the afternoon, and I was probably one of the only ones who could keep up with him. So I'd walk through the woods, and I would get to hear some of his wisdom that he would share. So when I decided to run, as well as after I was elected, among other people that I had the utmost respect, I sought out Red Thompson. I asked him for his advice. I asked him what his thoughts were, first in terms of whether I was out of my mind to have run. He encouraged me to do so, and I appreciate that. But his wisdom is deeply rooted, and I believe that to be the case. And often, in my view, the wisest people are those who listen first and not assume they know it all. And that is also the epitome of Red Thompson. I have sat here next to him, as some of us, the brothers on this side, have done. And what he will tell us in part in his judgment and his decision-making that doesn't get publicized over the microphone and is not as loud as most of us are, is probably the smartest thing that might be said during the night. Steve Stefanczyk said, his word is his bond. There's not one person who has been in contact with Red Thompson that does not know, that his word is his bond. His advice to me was the similar advice that he gave to somebody else. And I remember it well. When you make a commitment to someone, his word was, you stick by it. He was standing right there when he told me one time in a controversial issue that, those, again, the people in the audience are participants in the government in a different way. When we're up here, we're pulled sometimes by many different people in many different ways. And in all fairness, we come sometimes to these meetings, we hear an argument, we come if we've done our homework and we have an idea, and then you hear arguments and you say, or you hear comments from our fellow members of this council, and you say, well, that point, maybe I might change my position. Well, Red Thompson makes it clear that if your position was given to certainly one of your brothers and sisters up here or to any member of the audience, you stick by it. And that's a lesson that serves us all well. For me personally, as well as I'm sure everybody in this community of councilmen, it's been an honor to serve with Red Thompson. St. Tammany Parish has benefited in so many words and so many ways, that cannot be measured because of his service to this community. I think with a lot of people, feel like we love Red Thompson like a brother. I wish him well, but I wish to hell he wasn't leaving. Thank you very much.
Ms. Blanchett.
Mr. Thompson, I've asked you numerous times to educate Mr. Toledano, but clearly it's just not worked. So, in true honor of you, I shall keep my remarks short. You are a man of integrity, and we've all said it, your word is your bond, and you are a true gentleman. And it has been my pleasure to serve with you the last 4 years, and I thank you for all that you've done for St. Tammany Parish. Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Ms. O'Brien.
Well, Red, so much of what I wanted to say was already said, and I'm going to be short because I don't want to get emotional. But it has been an honor to serve with you. You've been a colleague, a mentor, and such a dear friend. Outside of work, things are going to be the same. I know I'm going to see you around. But here it's just not going to be the same without you. We're going to miss you. I'm going to miss you. I really love you dearly, my sweet friend. And I just congratulate you on your next step in life. And I just absolutely wish you all the best and all the blessings in the world.
Mr. Fitzgerald.
As presently the junior member here, Red and I graduated high school together, and I'm sure that we've got family there in the Bolton Lee Road area. We're probably cousins, Red.
You can claim it.
Yeah, well, it would certainly benefit me from everything I've seen. I can tell you that. And when I came on board, Red told me it's kind of a ratio, and it's kind of an inverse ratio, I don't know if that was your exact words, Red, but he said, kind of the less you speak here and the more you speak to your constituents, everything will take care of itself. And he has been the epitome of that. I've studied him for 2 years. I've tried to get every bit of knowledge I can out of him sitting here, and he was not much different than you were in high school, Red. You were quiet. You were hard as a nail on the football team and just did your job and went and played college ball and just solid. And it's been an honor serving here with you for these couple of years, and I'm certainly going to miss you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dave. Okay. Well,
it's meeting time.
First of all, there's a reason why I saved the best for last. 2 reasons. One is because it's the best, and the other one is I'm still waiting for her FedEx gift to arrive. But I don't control FedEx, Madam President. So I'm going to move forward now. About 8 years ago, I had the opportunity to meet Pat Brister, and she was on the parish council representing my district, representing me in my district, and had the opportunity to meet her at a few political functions because my previous job threw me in that arena. And I really developed a very good relationship with her and her late husband, Joe. And then, all of a sudden, I was asked to run for the council, and I decided to run. And I talked to Pat, and I ran. And as I said, I've only been here 4 years. So for a couple of years, I just sat down and watched, kept my mouth shut, and watched and learned. But I watched the lady there give her all to St. Tammany Parish. And when I mean give her all, it's give her all. I didn't say give it all right or wrong, but I said give it all. And that's what counts. That's what everybody in this audience does. And I think everybody in this audience would agree with me that you give it your all at your job, but you're not always right. But you learn to move on. So I watched that, and I learned. And then when I came in as Michelle Blanchard's vice chair, I got to see a little bit more of my friend Pat. And I really noticed how much she worked then. I had a good idea, but I was really wrong. She's still giving it all. And her all may be right, and her all may be wrong. But it's her all. And then finally, when I came and sat in this chair, it requires a little more time. It requires a part-time job, full-time job, but I love doing it because I love helping the people in District 4. But I got to work with Pat a lot closer. I got to work with her every day. I still watched her give her all. Right and wrong, but all. And then I really realized how much St. Tammany Parish meant to Pat Brister. Many of people in this audience have family members that they have lost. I have a couple, very close. But during that time, Pat had Mr. Joe, as I called him, because he was a gentleman and a scholar. Pat had an issue, and Mr. Joe needed care. And the bottom line was Pat Brister never missed a beat in St. Tammany Parish. Not a friggin' beat. I watched her come into meetings with me, and she's one of the prettiest ladies. And I watched her come in, and she was tired. She was tired. She was worn out. And she was worn out taking care of her husband. But she was also worn out for taking care of people in St. Tammany Parish. And I gave a little bit extra because I knew that. So, one thing I do know, she loves St. Tammany Parish. She did everything she could for St. Tammany Parish, and no matter what, St. Tammany Parish is one of the best communities as around the state because we have so many people coming here and moving here. And that's under her leadership. And I'm going to give Mr. Kevin Davis also. And I'm also going to look at the back of the room and give Mr. Mike Cooper that because I know he's going to do a fine job. But that's what St. Tammany is about. It's about giving. And I just want to say, Mr. Stefansik's going to say a few things, and then I'll close on my friend. But I want to say thank you, Pat. I love you. The people in St. Tammany love you also.
Thank you.
And they benefit every day. So thank you very much, and I'm going to go to Mr. Stefanski.
Oh, it's up to me? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Brister, I just want to say a few words. I know when you came on board and for District 4, one of the things that impressed me the most was your knowledge and understanding of what needed to be done in St. Tammany Parish. And you impressed me a lot. Now, and I'm not too easily impressed, but I'm going to tell the people out here tonight, if she hasn't still got it in her room in there, she has a picture with her and George Bush, the younger George Bush. And he's walking along and he's carrying these set of bags, and Pat's walking next to him. The picture is signed by George Bush and says, "Pat, I will carry your luggage anytime." And I thought, that impressed the hell out of me. I don't know about anybody else, but I've never had a president of the United States tell me that, and I doubt that anybody in this room has. But anyhow, I just wanted to say she went on under the Bush administration to be appointed to the Federal Reserve Board in Texas, and she was an ambassador to the United States for women's rights and traveled all over the world representing women's, to help work on women's rights throughout the world, and I think made a great dent in that part for the United States. She ran for president and was elected to her first term, and to me she understood the quality of life issues as well as the needs from president of the parish, from infrastructure problems to purchasing the mental health facility at Fontainebleau Park, where when the state was going to shut it down, by the way, and she found a way to come up with the money and purchase that. She's established a safe harbor facility for battered women, and she has a company that comes in now and works with the mentally ill people of this parish, and it's a greatly needed issue in this parish. Some of the things you probably don't know is that Pat, and I'm not going to all her accomplishments, you'd never get them all listed here, but I want to tell you, she organized a group of over 20 parish council presidents to address problems of flooding and drainage and things like that in the southern part of Louisiana, and she chaired that for the first few years to make sure that it got a solid foot and got going. She's the one that helped establish the levy and levy board for St. Tammany Parish. And she worked with our senators and congressmen to obtain money for the widening of I-12. And she did that for several years. And once the accident happened on I-12 down here at the overpass, she immediately went to Washington and talked with our senators and congressmen to get funding to improve that section. And primarily the end result was, and John Kennedy, I think, carried the ball for us, but Pat was there, and they ended up getting, I think, $35 million to improve that structure of the road where the 4 people had gotten killed. So, and she did it just like it's one of the things we do all the time. She served on our RPC, and I've been on there 30 years, and she served the last several years that she was parish president. And for those of you that don't know, that's where we get the money for most of the infrastructure improvements in St. Tammany Parish. And she's managed to help us get an awful lot for St. Tammany. Pat, I know you and I have not always agreed on everything. We've had some pretty tough times sitting there talking to each other and hammering stuff out. But we always manage to discuss our differences and come to an agreement on an acceptable solution on any issue that we had. I really enjoyed being a part of your tenure here at the parish, and really working with your staff, which you allowed us a lot of access to have. And I do appreciate that. I've always considered you a friend of mine, and I hope you'll feel the same about me. To me, St. Tammany is losing one of our greatest champions. I wish you luck in the future in any endeavor you go to. Thank you, Pat.
Thank you, Steve. Madam President, would you come up here for a minute, please?
Up there?
Yeah, come on up here.
You've been up here before.
Before I give you the flowers, I'm going to give you what should have arrived. I don't control FedEx, but it's coming. It's a beautiful gift, and it's coming from the council, and everybody loves you, so you're going to have to hold on to that for a little while. And
It's a beautiful crystal.
And they're yours. I want to wish you the best of luck, and I'll give you a chance to talk to everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. I will talk. I don't think I even need a microphone. I've been blessed. I have been able to do so many things in my life that a little girl from LaGrange, Georgia would never have dreamed. But this, being a part of this group, has been one of the highlights. We've done some really good things in St. Tammany Parish because we've worked together many times to get the right things done. And I look around at people that are here now and the people that have been here in the past, and I could not be more proud to have served with them. I don't know how to say thank you to all of you, and Mike. You and Peggy are just dear friends, and thank you very much for everything you do for me. My husband was my biggest supporter, and he was always my best cheerleader. And he watched every one of these meetings that went on for hours at home. Never came here once, I don't believe. So I thank him, too, for all he gave me and all he made possible for me. I can't name everyone that I want to thank, but just know my heart is so full tonight. There's a new part of my life that's coming. I know I will enjoy it, but nothing could mean more to me than the people I've worked with here. Thank you. Thank you all. I'll take this.
I'll carry it.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Ms. Blanchard.
Yes. Mr. Stefanczyk covered a number of things, but there's a few more I'd like to. Many people do not know that Pat actually started her service as a PTA president a long, long time ago, and I've always admired that about her. I regret that the average person will not know the great work that you have done to protect this parish, nor will they know the plans that you have developed to address needs now and in the future of this parish. I've always admired the grace in which you have conducted yourself, and when you've been faced with challenges, you've never gave up, and you've always said, we will come up with a plan. I thank you for your service to the people in the parish. I'm blessed to have had the opportunity to work with you. And I thank you for your dedication to one of the hardest jobs that anyone will ever do in this day and age. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hold on for me, Kelly. Try it now, sweetheart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm honored and privileged to be able to provide brief remarks on behalf of the directors to Pat, and I thank you for the indulgence and the time. When Pat began her administration 8 years ago, she implemented a philosophy built around 4 tenets: customer service, cooperation, transparency, and accountability. As directors, we knew we were to use those 4 tenets as our guide each and every day. As a boss, you have empowered us to gain our skills, to be challenged, and to be free to provide our ideas as to how to best serve the citizens of this great parish. The only direction that you ever gave us was, if you don't hear from me, that's a good thing. Follow the rules and go do your job. Rest assured, you have many, many legacies, and that you have left your mark. But in no greater way than in deciding to develop Safe Haven, which will save lives. Deciding to proceed with that project took courage, leadership, and vision. And that is how your presidency will be remembered.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And I have a present to open. I'll do that while you talk.
Yes, ma'am, you go right ahead. Very last thing I want to say is, and we finish, and I really appreciate everyone's patience, and it's just something that we have to express because we've been working so close together over a number of years with all these fine individuals. And but the one thing I do want to say is, as I mentioned earlier, change comes. And when change comes, I was in that position. I made changes in my previous job when I took over. And so there'll be some employees that'll leave. There'll be some employees that'll stay. But I just want to say one thing on behalf of this council. For the employees that leave, thank you. For the employees that stay, thank you. And you can help. You have the knowledge, and whoever stays, give it your all like you did before, and this parish will move forward just like it has. So I didn't want to leave the employees out, and I just want to say thank you on behalf of the council for everyone that has worked for St. Tammany Parish. And now we'll get on with council business. Thank you. Okay. We'll go to the ordinances to be pulled, items to be pulled. Ordinance for introduction, number 3, ordinance calendar number 6288. Number 7, ordinance calendar 6292. Number 18, ordinance calendar 6303. Resolutions to be pulled. Number 4, C-6197. Number 6, C-6199. Number 7, C-6200. That's the ones that I have that we have pulled for right now. Mr. Dean, do you have anything, sir? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Toledano? Mr. Balacero?
None.
Mr. Groby?
No.
Mr. Canulet? Ms. O'Brien? Mr. Stefancic? Ms. Blanchard? Mr. Smith? Thank you. Any from the administration that you want to have, Ms. Long, or anybody wants anything pulled? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Anything from legal that they would like to have pulled? Okay. Just hold on for me 1 second. Oh, yeah, I will. Okay. Having nothing else, I'll need a motion. All other. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Shane.
If I could, Chairman Lorino.
You have.
Resolution 4 I know is pulled. I wanted to make sure that we had discussion concerning River Cross parking.
Resolution number 4. Well, yeah, we have that one pulled.
Yes, I just want to make sure that
We have it. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay. Consent. Any item not pulled from the consent calendar are automatically approved in whole by one vote. Items pulled from the consent calendar are discussed and voted upon individually. A majority vote of the entire council aid is required to adopt the consent calendar. Do I have a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Balacero, second by Mr. Canulet. Please vote. Go hit it for me.
Motion is unanimous, 3 absent.
Okay, we had the request for ordinance calendar number 6284 to be pulled, and I have it. What I'd like to do is move it up to the top. That's the Medline issue, and hearing no objection, I'll move that right on up right now so we can get it done. Okay.
So moved.
Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to be clear on the process again. Everyone will be afforded 3 minutes, both sides 3 minutes. This is a little bit different than the appeal side, and it's also different than what you had at planning and zoning. So when someone comes up, please just state your name. We'll start the clock. The clock will go off, and then I'm going to ask you to go ahead, and that would be it, because if we continue, it would continue. I understand everybody wants to speak on it. I respect that. And what we have done is we're trying to get the top, speaking with Ms. Wagner, to get some people in the very beginning so that we can have that information put on the record, and then we'll go down the list. So what I'm thinking about doing is, for the fact that we only have a few for the ordinance to be voted on and adopted, I will go ahead and start at that area, and then we'll go to the other side and do that. That way we can go straight through rather than going back and forth.
It's against.
Okay. Thank you. Okay? Okay. The first one I have, and you ready, Jim?
Yes.
Okay, so after they state their name, you can hit the button.
Right.
I want the name to go on the time.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Give him a few extra seconds.
The next, first one I have is Mr. Paul Marone, please. I'm sorry, there's one other thing, Paul, before you get started. I just want to make sure everybody understands again, this is not a question and answer back and forth like the appeal. It's a statement to the council, and the council will listen and then do what we need to do and take everything under consideration. If a councilman has a question, they will ask. I think it's been pretty well disseminated, but there may be some new information that we haven't heard, and that's fine. So anyway, Mr. Marone, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, Paul Marone. First, with regard to the meeting tonight, this is not an appeal, as Mr. Lorino just noted. The merits of this request and this zoning case were heard and decided at the appeal hearing that took place in November. The only question that is before the council tonight is whether or not to adopt the ordinance that was introduced to formally change the zoning of this tract. And I would respectfully submit to you that given the facts that you heard last month and the action that this council took based on those facts, there is no reason or basis not to adopt the ordinance that is before you this evening. To adopt that ordinance would be a down zone of this property. You would be down zoning this property from the vastly more intense uses that would be permitted under the existing PBC2 zoning. That PBC2 zoning, as we discussed and as you heard last month, would allow over 6 million square feet of use on that site and 4 to 5 times more traffic than would be generated from this project that is before you now. This site abuts Interstate 12 and does not abut residential property. It does not abut any residential property. The closest resident to this site or to this project is 1/4 of a mile away, 1/4 mile away. I would submit to you that this project is further away from residences and residential zoning than almost all other industrial sites that are currently located in St. Tammany Parish. I would also submit to you that the AML zoning criteria are met by this site. As I said, this site abuts and is along Interstate 12. It is between Highway 21 and Highway 1077, two of the primary north-south corridors in western St. Tammany Parish. Your staff has recommended approval of this request. Your zoning commission voted 5 to 3. 5 out of the 8 zoning commissioners voted in favor of this request. After a multi-hour hearing last month, this council, you voted 12 to 0 in favor of this project. I respectfully submit to you that this is a good project and that this project, if approved, is in the best interest of St. Tammany Parish, of all of St. Tammany Parish, because of what it brings to this parish. I would respectfully submit to you that your approval this evening is well warranted by the facts that you've heard, and I respectfully suggest that this ordinance should be adopted this evening as it is before you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Morone. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Morone. Ms. Bonnie Eads.
Good evening. My name is Bonnie Eads. I'm the Executive Director of the North Shore Business Council. I'm here on behalf of the North Shore Business Council's board and its members, which consist of over 65 CEOs of business entities who are devoted to the improvement of business and economic conditions within the North Shore region. Our region consists of 3 parishes, St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, and Washington. We're here this evening to provide our support of the rezoning request for the Medline Industries project now before this council. As business leaders, we have an interest in promoting a better business environment. We promote policies that enhance both the quality of life and improvements in all infrastructures necessary to support a healthy, growing, and diverse environment. The NBC believes that bringing the expansion of the largest privately held manufacturer and distributor of medical supplies in the U.S. here to St. Tammany Parish will have a substantial positive impact on the North Shore. The project's creation of more than 200 well-paying jobs worth $6 million in new payroll for our community, together with the sales taxes generated both during construction and at the project's end, will provide St. Tammany with substantial revenue to build upon our much-needed infrastructure improvements. The revenue impact to our schools, libraries, parks, fire districts, and other quality of life enhancements that make St. Tammany Parish so desirable today will expand greatly with these increased revenues. We believe that the Medline Industries' chosen location, strategically selected for their business purposes, can and will support responsible economic growth to St. Tammany Parish. In fact, the healthcare industry is the leading economic engine in St. Tammany. This expanded distribution facility will improve efficiency through enhanced supply delivery and inventory management processes for these healthcare facilities. This will certainly help ensure that our hospitals, our nursing homes, assisted living centers, our dialysis centers, and all the other healthcare entities here will have supplies available during supply disruptions such as natural disasters or other such potential events. The NBC appreciates the positive impact this project will have on the economy and our quality of life here on the North Shore. These are the same qualities that Medline also appreciates, which is why they have selected to grow here in St. Tammany's. Let us not ask them to leave by denying this rezoning application. Finally, the NBC would like to thank the council for taking the time to closely consider this matter and ask for your support once again of the rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eads. Appreciate it, ma'am. Mr. Alan Smith. Mr. Smith.
You want to stick by this one? Mine was 6271, what I put on my form.
Okay. Yes, I think you probably gave me the wrong one. Okay. Thank you, sir. We'll get to you very shortly. Mr. Chris Massengill. Always get me in trouble.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam President, my name is Chris Massengill, Chief Executive Officer of the Economic Development Organization, the St. Tammany Corporation. I'd like to begin by thanking you again for your diligence, your commitment in studying this project, looking at all sides of it, understanding the full impacts and ramifications to our community. We certainly respect the fact that it is difficult in making such an important decision and recognizing each of the separate sides and the considerations and separating the facts versus the fiction and the implications that it has on our community. Your dedication to this process and respecting this process is greatly appreciated. We strongly believe that you made the best decision in this zoning request, and as the Chief Economic Development Advisor, we stand behind that decision and stand behind this ordinance tonight. As emphasized in our independent third-party economic analysis, this project bears 5-to-1 return to our community. That for every dollar that we spend, this community and this economy receives $5 in return. Medline is truly a global recognized company, a good corporate citizen, and has been nationally recognized as a stellar employer that goes above and beyond its employees. For 15 years, as a reminder, Medline has been investing those same qualities and actions into this community, and we want them to continue by giving our people good jobs above the average wage and benefits and expanding that investment in the future. The reality is that projects of this magnitude help us to maintain the quality of life that we fiercely protect in this parish. Companies like Medline provide the kinds of jobs that allowed our children and grandchildren to continue to remain here. And projects like this one create generational opportunities. In closing, Council and Mr. Chairman, we would like to strongly and respectfully urge you a positive adoption of this ordinance tonight on behalf of economic development. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay. Thank you. We'll go to the other side now. Mr. Gus Lehman. Mr. Gus?
Yes. Thank you, Chairman Lorena. My name is Gus Lehman.
Yes, sir.
Resident of St. Tammany Parish last 35 years. I'm here today to speak about common sense, safety over profits. My world changed on May 26, 2018, as my wife was killed on Interstate 12 at Highway 21 in Covington. And it was due to a dangerous highway condition. I think everyone here will testify that we have a nightmare problem on Interstate 12. Every family, every child that goes to school, everyone that goes to work, that is a regular used corridor by locals. The first public official I spoke to after the accident was you, Chairman Loreno. You were so kind of directed me. I needed information. I was lost. You directed me on how to get public information. We shared life stories and whatever, and you were very kind. And you agreed that it was a problem area. You directed me, and that led me to Miss Pat Brister, parish president, and she was so gracious and so helpful. And she says, we're fighting it. We've been fighting this for a long time. And she went to bat to get funding, and it's actually $52 million plus an additional $25 million, $77 million. The problem is, Medline, that idea is wonderful, but we have a dangerous highway out there. It's going to take years to fix the problem. There's been 952 accidents between 2012 and 2016. Since then, there has been several hundred more. 455 are rear-end collisions, okay? My wife was killed by a rear-end collision by an 80-year-old truck driver. It happens 3 times a week based on a lieutenant who shared that information with me. I've uncovered through my studies and everything that I've learned about how many accidents, and I have over 450 traffic accident reports from Louisiana State Police to verify all of this. It's not going to get better until the highway is expanded. The feeder routes at 1077 and Highway 21 that lead to Medline, it's going to be a traffic nightmare. It's going to add more traffic. And I'm just here to talk about common sense. We're talking about safety over profits. You talk about a 5-to-1 ratio of return. What about lives saved? What about people who have been mangled? I published something on Facebook. I had over 35 people call me with near-death experiences. No, they didn't file lawsuits, but they almost were killed. And I'm going to leave you with that and think about common sense and do what's right. Thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you, Gus's. Mr. Randy Lowen. Oh, you knew you were next. You know faster than
Yes, sir.
Thank
you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. No, I'm kidding you.
Randy Lowen, the milling firm.
Go ahead, sir.
As Mr. Lehman told you, this is a good business. It's the wrong location. This is a death trap area. Ms. Brister has told us that. We all know that. We told you a lot about that in the last meeting in November. Tonight, we want to give you a little information that we weren't allowed to present at the last meeting. We've given you 3 exhibits that I want to introduce in the evidence. The first is the comprehensive zoning plan that was adopted in 2009. The parish took a lot of time to put this together, and I think, Mr. Dean, you even indicated at the last meeting that you worked this out with Mr. Wayner, that his property, when he bought it, it was residential. And then you decided with his acceptance that PBC2 was the right thing to zone this property for. And now he's got a part of that. He has a larger tract. Now he wants to take a part of that, and he wants to rezone it to PBC, to AM&L. And the interesting thing is that in his purchase agreement, we mentioned this to you last month, his purchase agreement says that in the event Medline doesn't buy this property, they're going to pay to put it back to PBC2. I think that's a blatant admission that PBC2 is the best use of this land. It's what it should be kept. There's no rational reason to change it. Let me tell you what the Louisiana Supreme Court says in the 4 states versus Baton Rouge case. And Baton Rouge tried to do something like this and do a piecemeal rezoning, where they take a part of a property that's part of a comprehensive zone and then rezone it. The Supreme Court said rezoning on a piecemeal or spot basis is highly suspect. Generally, property owners may rely on the previous exercise of police power in zoning, expecting that changes in zoning will only be made so as to affect vested property interests when the change is required to assure public welfare. And you know that you're not assuring public welfare and safety when you put more trucks on this road. And it's not 170 trucks, as you've heard. It's more like probably 1,200. The 170 that goes out has to come back to be reloaded. This is a distribution facility that's the size of 6 Superdomes. It's going to distribute facilities into 5 different states. What about that? The medical facility is going to have equipment that comes in that just doesn't appear. FedEx, other trucks are going to bring that in. 500 employees in and out. It's going to be a traffic nightmare. The Supreme Court went on to say, and I'll close with this, the record there, like here, establishes that only the subject property receives special treatment in the city rezoning regulations. The rezoning of the subject property is contrary to what is purported to be a long-term comprehensive plan. That's exactly what you're doing tonight. You're doing something contrary to the plan, special treatment for this one particular area. It's inappropriate, and I submit to you it's illegal. We've also given you some exhibits showing you some of the statistics that Mr. Lehman talked about, and those are in the record to show you how many deaths have occurred out here. Thank you.
Mr. Lowen, did you submit them to the record?
She has them.
You have them? Okay, I just want to make sure we have them in the record.
Yes, sir, you do. You have all the exhibits.
Thank you, sir. Is that Ronnie Spencer? Okay, I couldn't see the first one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council.
Please state your name for us, please. Please state your name and address.
Ronnie Spencer. I live in Normandy Oak subdivision. I bring before you tonight a letter from Mr. Philip Lejeune, who's President and CEO of LLOG, who is stating his opposition to the Medline location. I'd like to take just a few minutes to read what Mr. Lejeune has shared with us here. To whom it may concern, LLOG Exploration Company, LLC, strongly opposes the request to rezone 90 acres from PBC2 planned business campus to AM&L, Advanced Manufacturing and Logistics. LLOG employs more than 120 employees who are primarily residents of St. Tammany Parish. LLOG also holds a significant ownership interest in its next-door neighbor, Stone Creek Club and Spa, which has approximately 5,000 members. The decision to locate LLOG's headquarters in Stone Creek on Oshner Boulevard was based on the current zoning and plans for the area communicated at the time of purchase development. The proposed significant rezoning from PBC2 to AM&L, a line for a large-scale distribution center to operate here, causes a great deal of concern to LOG employees, as well as at least a majority of Stone Creek current owners. It is also a near certainty that Stone Creek members share these concerns. Major concerns around the zoning and the potential impacts from this distribution center include the commercial trucks traveling in and out of the distribution center would not only intensify the traffic nightmare that already exists in this area. There have been several vehicular deaths on the I-12 Highway 22 corridor in recent years, mostly involving large trucks. Oshner Boulevard is much too narrow and turns are too sharp to safely handle the increased commercial truck traffic. This is of great safety concern to everyone who must enter and leave LLOG and Stone Creek utilizing Oshner Boulevard. The potential risk of flooding due to the removal of 46 acres of wooded area to be replaced with an approximately 2 million square foot concrete slab. This is equivalent, as you've all have heard, to the size of 6 Superdomes. It is our understanding that the distribution center developer does not have any plans for additional retention ponds, but rather would utilize only the existing ponds in the area. The area is already flood prone. With additional displacement that would be caused by this facility, an already significant flooding problem would be exacerbated. We at LLOG respectfully join St. Tammany Parish President Pat Brister, the St. Tammany Parish Zoning Committee, and many of the area residents and business owners in opposing the proposed rezoning. Sincerely, Philip Lejeune, President and CEO. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Thank you.
I'd like to enter this into the record, please.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Wagner, I'm sorry, I thought you were up there. I looked up.
I was on my way.
No, go, come on, take your time.
I have Nancy Wagner, Coalition for Responsible Zoning. I have a statement from Stone Creek Club and Spa to read. The owners of Stone Creek Club and Spa, on behalf of the safety of over 200 employees and 5,500 plus members, formally opposes the Medline project. We ask the council to reject this rezoning request and leave the original zoning in place. Our company, along with Log Oil Company, have made major investments in this area, which we feel will be at greater risk if this project moves forward. Sincerely, the owners of Stone Creek Club and Spa. Approval of this ordinance would thrust 69 acres of heavy industrial uses right up the street from Stone Creek and Log. Any of the 15 permitted uses of AML could be introduced right here in this area. The council made it clear at the November meeting that this inappropriate zoning gave you no concerns, as you would simply rely on deed restrictions to make sure that none of what Mr. Toledano read aloud as unacceptable uses and confirmed by Mr. Mayron would be permitted. The reliance was despite the fact that Carlin Riles stated twice on the record it was improper to consider deed restrictions in a zoning matter. It is clear from the record that this council has no grasp of the use of deed restrictions. Mr. Lorino, in my meeting with you on November 5th, I ask you who would be expected to enforce these private deed restrictions. You ran your hand over the map and said all of these homeowners associations, there's lots of attorneys living there. They can take Medline to court if they find violations, and if there's a recovery, they can get paid. For the council to proceed with this rezoning shows a callous disregard of the duty to protect the public health, safety, and general welfare of its citizens. Justifying your approval of this ordinance on conscripting of private citizens to work as unpaid code enforcement officers is an abuse of discretion. Tonight, you thanked many, many people here for their years of wonderful, dedicated, devoted service, which I certainly appreciate all of you for everything you do. But I would like to say you've thanked President Pat Brister for her leadership. I think you should follow her guidance. She stated that if you pass this ordinance, she will veto it. I think you should take that to heart, follow the guidance, and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner. Mr. Don Alette. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Your name?
My name is Don Alette. I'm also with the Coalition for Responsible Zoning. I live in Flower Estates. I'm a registered professional engineer in Louisiana. A main purpose of the comprehensive rezoning of the parish that was completed 10 years ago is that home buyers or businesses would know what types of development are allowed in a given area when making a decision on whether or not to buy or locate there. The adoption of the rezoning ordinance that is being considered this evening would erode that trust in parish government. The negative impacts of the Medline Distribution Center would be unacceptable, but the potential impacts could be much worse if the Medline facility would be acquired by another company in the future. Once the rezoning to AML is granted, they could use it for any of the 15 uses allowed by AML zoning. Uses involving distribution and warehousing, as well as those involving manufacturing of glass, plastic, paint, and pharmaceuticals, are some of the most hazardous in terms of storage and transport of materials for operations in manufacturing and waste materials that would be generated. Area residents could have to live with strong odors from chemicals released by such uses of this facility, with possible long-term negative health effects caused by breathing these chemicals. Even worse than that would be the risks of accidents and chemical releases involving vehicles transporting these materials, as well as on-site mishaps such as spills, fires, explosions, or accidental releases. It could require evacuations of thousands of people from many large nearby facilities and developments due to releases of hazardous chemicals into the air that could spread rapidly. These at-risk facilities and developments would include, among others, L-Log, Ochsner Clinic, and the proposed Ochsner Cancer Center, Brookstone Apartments, numerous subdivisions, Avanti Assisted Living Center, and Forest Manor Nursing Home. These last two are in extremely close proximity and would be very difficult to evacuate. It is the belief of the Coalition of Responsible Zoning, LLC, that the site for this AML rezoning would probably be in one of the very worst locations possible in the parish due to risks for the environment, human health, and safety, and especially given its very close proximity to Forest Manor and Avanti Assisted Living Center. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Teresa Crockett.
Thank you, Council. My name is Tessera Crockett. I'm a master's student with Southeastern Louisiana University. I work in wetland restoration as well as conservation, and I'm also here to speak on behalf of Healthy Gulf. These 69 acres of forest and forested wetlands that are under vote for rezoning today currently retain over 53 million gallons of water. Rezoning would put this water onto the already highly vulnerable and heavily impacted residents along the Tchefuncte River, including Flowers Bayou and the scenic Timber Branch. St. Tammany Parish has cost the United States taxpayers over $1.3 billion in hazard mitigation relief to flood-proof developments such as the structures proposed to be placed in these wetlands, proposed without adequate assessment of the increase to the drainage burden and flood risks to the local watershed. St. Tammany Parish has filled over 800 acres of wetlands within its non-structural project area in the last 5 years alone. These include unprecedented rates of clearing in the name of development. The CPRA states that the state of Louisiana and its taxpayers must spend over $1.2 billion to flood-proof existing homes in St. Tammany. This rezoning must not move forward without additional reassessment from CPRA. What is the increased cost to the annual flood damage for the state master plan project for St. Tammany? This proposal is inconsistent with the master plan's imperative that projects not alter the hydrology of these wetlands. St. Tammany does not consider the impact on these 70 acres of eliminating the forest canopy on these 69 acres in its drainage plans. The forest cover prevents 30% of rain from ever reaching the ground, and yet St. Tammany considers that wetland forest fill projects compensate 25% of the water displaced off-site. That 25% rule does not cover the additional water burden into the Timber Branch and Flowers Bayou area that clear cutting of this forest would add. Medline also wants to eliminate 53 acres of forested wetlands that provides floodwater retention on site, not detention, but retention in the soil. Projects like this and the poor planning and foresight are why we are seeing residents flood that have never flooded before in this parish. And it is why CPRA says that it will cost over $1.2 billion to secure this parish against flooding. The Tchefuncte River is a scenic river, and yet Medline does not have and has not applied for a scenic river permit. Additionally, they have not had an environmental impact statement done, nor have they included in their permit applications any information regarding local hydrology or floodplain mitigation. Covington had to get a permit for Patricia Canal, and this is no different. This rezoning must not move forward without the completion of these items. They're requesting that St. Tammany Parish put their residents, businesses, and communities at very large risk for very little gain. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Allen.
Let Mr. Davis
No.
next. Mr. Davis.
I'm sorry?
Let Mr. Davis go. Mr. Davis?
Oh, okay.
You're next.
Okay.
Then Mr.
My name is Alvin Davis. I'm a former Senior Vice President of Ladder & Blum Realtors. I have spent 41 years doing industrial real estate. I'm a member of the Society of Industrial and Office Realtors, which is a prestigious international group of specialists in industrial real estate. I thoroughly oppose this project. The project is going to bring industrial real estate next to residential. Where do you see this happening anywhere in our region? If you go to Elmwood in Metairie, it's away from houses. In New Orleans East, it's away from houses. In Kenner, it's away from houses. In Hammond, it's by the airport. In Baton Rouge, it's not even close to anything that has anything to do with residential. The industrial plex facility in Baton Rouge is very prosperous, and it's on Ziegen Lane, away from everything. When I was a small boy, and this goes back some 80-something years ago, my mother read me a book, and I loved it. And I made her read me the book over and over and over again. And to this day, I love it. And in my office, I still have some little statues of this person. This person was very gullible. He listened to all the conversation that came from these people and people like him. And he got swallowed up into this conversation, and he ended up in the belly of a whale. You know who that was? Pinocchio. Pinocchio. He listened to all the things that these people along his journey said to him, and it got him in the belly of a whale. And if you listen to this conversation that they're giving you, as opposed to someone who is a specialist. If you have a heart attack, you go to a heart doctor. I'm an industrial specialist. It will not work. There's too much traffic. There's too much noise. There's too many problems. Please, I beg of you, vote against this. Your constituents do not want it. Only a handful of individuals do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Chairman Marino, council members. My name is Matthew Allen. As you know, I'm a certified floodplain manager through the Association of State Floodplain Managers. And I really don't have a big dog in this show, but I wanted to give you all some information on the flood issues with this. And you need to look at the flooding before zoning, and flooding is not drainage. This is water that's coming down from the north from the Tchefuncte River, which overflows its banks, and during major floods does inundate most of this area. And it goes all the way to I-12, where it then runs east into Flowers Bayou, right through where this site is. Now, the property's not in Flood Zone A on the effective firm from 1989, because Flowers Bayou was not studied in 1989. Now, this is a known flood area, and FEMA requires a consideration of all flood issues and to use the best available information for known flood areas which have not been studied. FEMA's latest base level engineering study is considered the best available and shows much of the property is inundated not only by the 1%, the so-called 100-year flood, but also the 10%, the 10-year flood. That does inundate a lot of this property right where this building site sits. Also, I read the Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries comment to the Army Corps of Engineers wetland permit. And it also states that approximately 50 acres of wetlands on the site are some of the last in the Flower Bayou watershed. And as a lady before me said, these wetlands are invaluable for reduction of runoff and flood control. The current PBC2 zoning allows for much more flexibility to deal with the floodplain and wetland issues. Now, I was not able to make the last meeting, so I'm sorry about that, but I wanted to make sure you had this information. And lastly, I'd like to say that, and this is my opinion, placing a monolithic structure has a real potential to redirect floodwaters to the neighboring properties. The current zoning allows you much more flexibility of preserving wetlands and not redirecting floodwaters onto neighborings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Ms. Jackson?
My name is Barbara Jackson. The community surrounding the intersection of I-12 and Highway 21 is a very vital and flourishing part of our parish. The move to introduce zoning is a threat to the established needs and character of this community. When Mr. Weiner purchased the property, it was zoned residential. In 2009, as a part of the parish's comprehensive zoning plan, and as a result of discussions between Councilman Marty Dean and landowner Bruce Weiner, the property was zoned PBC2. For the past 10 years, Mr. Weiner has been satisfied with this appropriate zoning At no time was Mr. Wayner or his attorney heard to complain about the nightmare traffic that would be brought to this area by PBC2. Only when the opportunity to sell a large parcel to Medline without having to do any further planning or development did the PBC2 zoning turn into a nightmare tale. A planned business campus would be developed as needed gradually and with an overall plan that would protect and serve the needs of the surrounding neighborhoods. The community continues to grow, and the need for PBC2 zoning is as important and appropriate now as it was in 2009. The character of the area as a destination for medical care and a good place to live, shop, and work is firmly in place, and the introduction of an industrial zone at this point in time is disruptive to the community's trajectory. If the council approves this ordinance, the residents of this community will have to work around a large industrial installation that does nothing to provide for the schools, restaurants, office spaces, assisted living, shops, or any other needed facilities as the community continues to grow. Residents would have to deal with streets clogged with 18-wheelers and run the risk of increased flooding. The current zoning of PBC2 serves the interests of public safety, health, and general welfare. The proposed rezoning does the opposite, benefiting the convenience and profit of the property owner and is injurious to other property or improvements in the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Ms. Elsie Reed.
Mr. Chairman, it's Elise Reed. I live at 24 Community Drive in Flower Estates. Mr. Chairman and Commission members, I'd like to speak to you a little bit about the traffic that would be associated with construction of this project. All the statements that have been made so far by Medline and the developer's attorney concern activity once the facility is in operation. What has not been addressed in the public record are potential traffic loads and vibrations and noise generated when 69 acres of land are being drained, cleared, and filled, and when 2 million square feet of concrete is delivered and installed during construction. Mr. Dean, this is in your district. I would hope that you would consider these things these concerns that we have about traffic. In Montgomery, New York, the Planning Board spent nearly 2 years studying a similar Medline distribution center. In their findings, which were submitted to the council record at the November meeting, they stated the following anticipated activity: 4,000 concrete truck deliveries estimated at 100 trucks per day for 8 weeks, 400 steel deliveries at 10 trucks per day over 8 weeks, 325 precast concrete deliveries at 9 trucks per day over 7 weeks, and an estimate of construction worker vehicles at 150 per day. And that site in New York was not wooded. The 69-acre tract in Covington will require all of the trucks necessary to haul out the trees and other natural materials, and then more trucks to haul in all the fill once that stuff is gone. There are only 2 ways in and out of this site: Oshner Boulevard to Highway 21, and the Oshner extension to Highway 1085, which goes past Hennon High School. Such highly concentrated truck traffic will stress the property owners along these routes as well as the roadways themselves. Were these roads constructed to withstand this type of activity? If the site were built out at its current PBC zoning, the development would occur on a gradual basis and would not require the massive amount of forest destruction, infill, and concrete which this project would provide. I urge you to decline the request.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Alvin Davis?
Okay.
Mr. Jackson?
My name is Michael Jackson, but you can call me Mike. I live in Flowers Estates South, and I'm surrounded by Flowers Bayou. All these people here talking, you folks and everybody in the audience, you all sound a lot smarter than I am. So please bear with me. Now, I did send each and every one on this council and President Brister and President-elect Cooper a copy of a letter. Did you all get it? Okay, just out of curiosity, is anybody going to answer any of the questions on it? Okay. Well, just for the record, I'd like to read some of those questions. I'm assuming that the motivation behind the council's zealous push to approve Wayner Enterprises' sale to the property to Medline for its proposed expansion and the many benefits that the council perceives this expansion brings to our parish and to our local community, not to mention the many benefits it brings to Mr. Wayner himself. If this assumption is accurate, what value and improvements does Medline's expansion bring to our community in terms of quality of life for the local residents, us folks who live around here? Number one, will the traffic in our congested local streets improve? I don't think so. Will communities be safer from automobiles? Will it improve the environmental quality in the local area? Will the new facility be visible to local residents? Will it increase noise levels in the local neighborhoods? Will it be pleasing to the eye and make the area more attractive? Will it improve flooding and drainage issues? Will it improve the quality of water in our scenic bayous and rivers? Will it reduce air pollution and light pollution? Will it improve poorer conditions down over in the lower 30 in Covington? Will it improve our schools? Will it affect our property values in a positive way and not a negative one? Will Medline receive any tax incentives or benefits? I'm sure that one assumed benefit the council in Medline may herald is jobs. I hear a number 200. Well, is that going to be above and beyond what they have now, or is it going to expand by 200? I have a whole lot more questions, but I see my time's running out. So I'd just like to say, I'm neither a politician nor a developer, and I'm sure you know a lot more about all this stuff than I do. But I implore you and the council members, all of you, to listen to your constituents. I speak for myself, but I can assure you that I'm not alone. A large and representative number of voters and my fellow citizens sincerely and genuinely believe that the building of a huge Medline facility in our community on the site now owned by Wayner Enterprises is a bad idea. I'm confident you agree that not all residents and everything we say is not about emotion, even though I get emotional. So in closing, let me suggest that you do this. Listen to the skeptics. Pay attention to what we have to say, even though at times what we may be motivated by our feelings and anger and disenfranchised, contrary to how you feel about the mayor. Try as hard as you might at times to see things from our perspective. Change should be for the right reasons and not for one person's or corporation's profit and gain. This is our parish and our home. None of us is against economic development. We just want our public representatives to be smart about it. Listen to your fellow citizens. Stand up for us and do what we have to.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Hebert?
Deborah Hebert, I'm part of the Coalition for Responsible Zoning. More than half of the current Medline employees live in Tangipahoa Parish. They will spend their income there. They will pay their taxes there. More so if Medline is located at this current location than at 1088 or 434 or in Pearl River. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Dorsky?
Howdy. My name's Dwight Doskey, and I've been listening to everything going on
What's your
tonight.
address, sir?
Excuse me?
Your address. Your address.
My address is 33 Hyacinth in Flowers Estates.
Thank you.
On that. And I want to say I am one of the lucky ones, really. I've managed to have my family here in St. Tammany for 70 years. And in the 60s, I got to roam all around St. Tammany, going through the woods, listening to the birds sing. It's definitely one of the lucky ones. And I'm going to St. Paul's. Great class. You know, Paul Cortez, Larry Smith, Peter Garcia, Keith Villery, Mike Cooper, and Reuben Marone on that. In fact, our graduating class party was over at the Marone Spread on that. Now, I realize that we can't turn back the hands of time. The St. Tammany's going forward. And growth means luring new people and new businesses in. But to lure them in, we need reliability. And that's what the 2025 plan was all about. It was a promise to each and every person who wanted to locate here of how we would expand and how we would expand responsibly. I was one of the lucky ones. I'm still one of the lucky ones. If you vote to allow Medline in, I'm still young enough to move. I'm still strong enough to lift everything, to plant new plants someplace else. I am still financially able to do so. But not all my neighbors are in the same boat. Many of them are too old. Many of them are not strong enough. Many of them have invested every cent in their houses, relying upon the 2025 plan that this council approved. And when it did so, this council recognized in its forward that it would take strong leadership to stick to the plan. My neighbors committed to St. Tammany, sure that this council would commit to them. That's what the 2025 plan was for. Tonight, I'm not asking you to vote against Medline for me. I was one of the lucky ones. I'm still one of the lucky ones. But this council can reaffirm its commitment to good government, to the 2025 plan, and to responsible zoning. This council, by denying Medline's request for rezoning, can let all the residents of St. Tammany share in the title of lucky ones. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Scott?
Scott's wife is ill, and he had to go and take care of his wife.
Okay.
So.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Tim Hodges? Hodges, I can't make it out. Hodgins?
Thank you very much. My name is Tim Hodgins. I live here in St. Tammany Parish, and I'm a proud resident. My wife and I have moved 11 times in the last 40 years, and we've lived and grew up in Destin, Florida. Most of you guys have been there. Moved there in 1963. And if you go there right now, you understand the chaos and the confusion that goes on in that community. We also lived in Woodstock, Georgia. That is a growth community in North Atlanta. We also lived in Williamson County, Franklin, Tennessee, which is just south of Nashville. The reason why I bring that to your attention is because 3 years ago, my wife and I, we relocated here. But my wife is retired as a college professor. I work in Baton Rouge. I selected this parish to live here for a purpose. Now, odds are my wife and I will probably leave this community probably in the next 4 years because we'll retire, we'll go to Georgia where our family's at. But I'm interested in the resale value. I did my due diligences when I had an opportunity to move in this state from Florida, and I picked this parish, my location where I live. I'm concerned about this development, primarily because of the fact of the way where I live and how it all transfers over. Come to my house at 4:30 in the morning as I'm getting ready to go to the work, and you hear the off-cycle road noise rumbling along the interstate. I live about 1.5 miles away. I just wonder what's going to happen. My father-in-law, we moved into Avanti. He was the second gentleman to ever move into the Avanti Retirement Center. Well, unfortunately, he passed away. I don't know if I would have selected my home where I bought it and moving him into Avanti if I knew what was going to be going on along Oshner. I am a calm, concerned, non-hysterical citizen of this community. I think that everybody should rewind the tape and all the accolades that you gave each other during your presentation and listen to what you said. If you truly listen to what you guys say, you referenced the interstate, you referenced the deaths, you referenced how the west portion of this community grew. And congratulations to you for managing that side of the parish. But every one of you guys shook your head and you nodded about how the west side of this parish is growing and how it's becoming. Even the roads that we've all discussed, 1077, 1085, etc., every one of you mentioned it in all of your accolades. And I just kind of wonder how the last vote when I was here went 12-0 without anybody voting for the constituents that are sitting here. There's thousands of people. I didn't even put together the 5,000 people that work out in the community. Why Oshner built on Oshner Boulevard and what else is happening there. So again, I appreciate your time. I appreciate your investment. I've sat in your seats in 3 different communities, but I need for you to really listen to what we're all saying here, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Margie?
Hello, Margie Vicnair-Prey, Lacombe, Louisiana. Hi, Jane. Hello to my favorite council person over there.
Hello, ma'am.
I'm here also as myself as a resident of St. Tammany, but also as a Sierra Club staff person here in Louisiana. Everything I would have said has really been said pretty well. The only thing I haven't heard anyone talk about a lot, and it's something that we've talked about in the past, is the amount of development going on and how our planning and zoning is overwhelmed really with requests to change the way things are zoned. Just in this document, there are over a dozen requests to take properties that were zoned one thing and zone them into something that allows more development, basically, which goes against the plan, the 2025 plan, and any other intelligent development plan. You can't keep squishing more things into an area that people looked at and said, okay, it'll be good for this, but then we're going to squish in now and change it and subdivide it up even more. That can't keep being done. That's one of the main problems with the development out in western St. Tammany as well as the rest of St. Tammany and probably everywhere. It's trying to squeeze as much out of something as we can. And we can't keep doing that for intelligent development. We've got to come to a point where we realize certain areas can't be used for certain things. And covering up an area like this, which, by the way, if you look at our own parish drainage maps, is a known drainage area and a known retention area. And if we go in there and allow somebody to bulldoze all the trees down, fill it with fill, and then lay cement over it, you're talking about some serious water that's got to go somewhere that used to hang out there. And there are homes not too far, a quarter of a mile away, whatever, and plus Oxter and all the area and all the homes north of there, because that water won't just sit there, and the interstate kind of will stop it from going south. That area already has flooding problems on a regular basis. You know, the roads flood and people's homes are in danger. So doing something where we subdivide even further and add more damage into the area in a facility that is not really appropriate for the area, and I can personally vouch that I have several doctors out on Highway 21, and I hate going to them because of having to go down the interstate and get off on 21 now. I can't imagine more truckloads of semis going through and having to deal with that. So just personally, I dread the thought of any more major traffic on that area or in that exit area. And I've sat for 3 hours coming from Baton Rouge when the avocado truck ran in and killed people and burned up right at Highway 21. That area is a horrible area to add any more traffic to that we don't have to. So please reconsider and vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Margie. I want to thank everybody. We made it through the cards, and I want to thank, it was very well presented, Nancy, and I know you had a lot to do with that, so I just want to acknowledge that also. Mr. Dean.
Mr. Groby have something?
Well,
As Councilman District, I'll let him go.
yeah, that's what I was saying.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve.
Mr. Dean has a motion to approve. Is there a second? I'm sorry. Ms. Blanchard, second. Mr. Groby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concerns tonight are the same as they were last month. I'll go a little bit more in detail tonight. Listening to all that's been said from the developer's proposal and the citizens, my concern is more so a little bit more baseline. I'm concerned about the possible abatement of property taxes on such a large facility. I have a very bad taste in my mouth in District 7 for the Lacombe Distribution Center. I know that it may not be the same as this one, whether it's 20 years or 10 years.
I don't know. None of the council will know because we're not told anything about it. And if we do find out, it's only because we probably have to put in a public records request, which I had to do to find out about the one on Lacombe. But setting that aside, in an email I received from the Economic Development Division, Mr. Madison Gill, very well laid out. No promises were made, but expectations are that they will be given a healthy abatement. I understand that that's how you get businesses in. I truly do. I got it, okay? They get tax write-offs on their land and their property taxes with the pilot agreement, which is a payment in lieu of taxes. They most probably will give money, the proper amount of money, to the local fire department to uphold them, and maybe one or two other, the rec district or something else. We don't know yet. But in District 7, Fire District 3, my fire division, my fire department, or our fire department, quite frankly, is rolling back services because of limited income. And a large part of that is because all of the properties that are governmentally owned, from the Social Security to the college to the coroner's office, that entire corridor, as a public building, are tax exempted. The fire department gets no millage. But more so than just the fire department, the other ones that may be impacted are Stark, which is our St. Tammany Special Needs Citizens, Coast, the Council on Aging. They get nothing from the Lacombe Distribution Center. The school board gets nothing. Alimony 1, my road and maintenance district, my money I had to spend to fix a bad corner because the trucks keep tearing it up, gets no money from the Lacombe Distribution Center. At minimum, those are the ones that have the deepest impact against the existing. There may be others, smaller millages. Those are the agencies that need the money in a sense, especially Coast and Stark. School board needs a little money, but they're not hurting. But Coast and Stark, of all the groups out there that draw millage money that may be impacted if an agreement comes up, they're going to feel it the most. So I hope and truly hope any consideration is given that if an agreement is set in place, those agencies are remembered and remembered at the full load. They need the money. I would hope that those in the development industry and the business industry understand what it means to take taxes away from these agencies. They didn't take it away. They're not going to have to give it to them. And I hope and pray that they remember at least those two agencies, the Council on Aging and the Special Needs Citizens of this parish. They need the money. And we're all facing a budget crunch up here, and that impacts this parish, and that impacts this parish's giving to other agencies such as the food bank and special housing needs also. So in closing, I hope that the various abatements are reconsidered. I hope that they don't give any, quite frankly, but it ain't going to happen that way. But I really do need to have people take a look at what this will impact this entire parish, especially District 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grove. We appreciate it. Seeing no one else in the queue, please vote.
Motion passes, 10 yeas, 2 nays, 2 absent.
Thank you. Okay. We'll take about a 5-minute break and. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to try to get started. We're going to try to get started. Hey, Jane, I know it's your last meeting. I know you don't want to leave us, but how about getting in the chair so I can go home?
Steve's out there,
Hey, Steve. Steve. Mr. Fitzgerald. It's Taladano.
David. 8. Okay, we got it. Number 3 on the consent calendar.
Yes, ma'am. I'm ready to roll as soon as I get in the chair.
Come on, Steve. Steve, get in your chair.
All right. Okay, we're gonna get started. Yeah, TJ's here too now.
There's exactly 8.
TJ's here. Call the meeting back to order. We'll go to ordinance for introduction. Number 3, ordinance calendar number 6288, ordinance amending the official parish zoning map to reclassify 0.33 acres from A-3 to A-3 and MHO Ward 2, District 2. Mr. Fitzgerald, I think you want to postpone this until they have a hearing in January?
Correct.
Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, second by Mr. Thompson. Please vote. Thank you.
Motion is unanimous, 3 absent.
Thank you. We'll go to number 7, ordinance calendar number 6292, ordinance amending the official parish zoning map to reclassify 0.75 acres from A-2 to A-2 and MHO Ward 7, District 7. Mr. Groby.
Thank you. We need to postpone this because it was a last-minute appeal filed under the deadline, so we'll move to postpone.
Okay, motion by Mr. Groby, second by Mr. Canulette. Please vote. Chris raised his hand first.
Okay.
I would never do such a thing. I would never do. If you took the time to raise your hand, I'm going to call on you, buddy.
Motion is unanimous, 3 absent.
Okay, number 18. Ordinance calendar number 6303, ordinance to amend the 2020 operating budget amendment. That would be, oh my God. Yeah.
Sorry.
There you go, young lady. There you go. Okay. This is the ordinance amendment. Amendment to budget increase expenditures for the increase of parochial employees retirement system, PERS, contribution rate from 11.5 to 12.5, as well as to provide a pool for salary adjustments to be made by the incoming parish administration. I have a second. A motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Taladano, second by Mr. Thompson. Please vote. No vote, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We'll go to resolutions. Resolution CS number C-6197, resolution to take action on warranty and performance obligations. Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Groby.
We need an amendment.
We need an amendment for that, but Mr. Shane wants to speak on this, I believe.
Resolution 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regard to the obligation for River Cross Park In Mr. Thompson's district on Highway 25, we have worked today with engineering, Mr. Watson, with finance, Ms. Long, and we would request that the council consider extending the obligation for 90 days so that this matter would come back to you in March. The obligation actually expires next Friday, December 13th. We understand that we have to provide a rider to the warranty obligation of the bond that's been posted so that it will be maintained. Much, if not all, of the work has actually been now completed, but it has not, probably all of the documents have not been submitted to the appropriate department. I'm sure the inspections have not been completed or made. So we recognize that we haven't done what we were supposed to do timely, but we believe that probably in fact on the ground we've done what needs to be done, and I think a little more time this matter will easily resolve itself. So the request would be that this matter be postponed contingent upon us extending the obligation, the warranty bond that's going to expire on December 13th for another 90 days, and that this matter come back to you in another 90 days to see if all of the work has been satisfactorily completed.
That goes to you, Mr. Thompson.
I move to do that, extend it for 30 days and postpone it 90 days.
Second by Mr. Toledano.
Now we vote.
Okay, please vote. Yep.
Motion is unanimous.
I need a motion to
Excuse me, I'm in favor.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Motion is unanimous, 2 absent.
Now I need a motion to reintroduce.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Ballasaro.
Motion to adopt.
Adopt, I'm sorry. Motion by Mr. Ballasaro, second by Mr. Toledano.
All right, one more.
Thank you.
vote. Wait, no, vote.
Same one.